Hey guys, tonight we walk out under a Saharan moon so bright it polishes the dust into silver, and you slip into a slow river of silhouettes whose footsteps already hum the first dune's name. Lanterns bloom across the staging ground like warm constellations. Camel bells add a shy melody, and the air carries tea, leather, and that delicious hush before a big decision. This is a story you feel in soles and shoulders, a present tense lullaby for courage, and a rehearsal for a road that will keep asking for rhythm instead of heroics. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop a comment with your city and the exact time on your clock. I love seeing this caravan stretch across time zones. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Timbuktu exhales the stored heat of the day, and narrow alleys guide palms and pots and whispered plans toward the hard-packed ground where caravans grow legs. Market chatter slows into the register of departure, that softer key you recognize as intention finding rhythm. Dates glow in woven trays. Leather creaks under practiced hands. A ribbon of dust lifts and sinks like the chest of a sleeping animal. Every step you take tightens the knot between curiosity and responsibility. The captain's shadow tries on your future, measuring it with a glance that is equal parts arithmetic and prophecy, while your palms memorize the texture of rope the way students memorize verbs. Lanterns draw little republics of light, each with its own tidy government. At one, water is issued and names are ticked in a ledger. At another, ropes are cut and knotted into sentences designed to make sense under pressure. At a third, an argument is weighed and cooled with laughter before it has time to splinter. Mint and charcoal climb the night air together, writing a fragrance you file under comfort for later retrieval. Salt slabs sit in squared ranks like well-behaved moons, thick as a palm and scarred with pick marks that read like signatures only miners can decipher. Listening to this choreography, you understand that departures are not made. They are slowly tuned. Across the packed earth, salt lies quiet and rectangular, indifferent to every poetic plan you've brought to it. A fingertip leaves pale dust. A cautious lick is a tiny ocean. A field note for your body's ledger of electrolytes. Stones on the weighing slate remember what money forgets. How heavy fare feels. Nearby, the captain assigns ratios with eyes alone. This many slabs to that number of camels, this many porters to stitch river to dunes and dunes back to river. Mainstream reality sits right there on the ground. In this ecology, salt matters as survival gear and trade good at the same time, and whole seasons are scheduled by its mood. Between the brazier and the scale, patience gets poured 3 times into thimble glasses. First cup bitter enough to teach respect. Second deliberate enough to build courage. Third sweet enough to remind everyone why commerce prefers good manners. The proverb rides the steam. Bitter, strong, then sweet. And nobody here feels the need to modernize it. You cradle the glass and learn the local art of waiting without wasting time. Tea is the pack animal of morale, an invisible companion hauling conversations over rough patches. A trader grins that the third glass is where negotiations become friendships, and friendships become punctual payments. You decide that is knowledge worth carrying. Nearby, the camels sigh the way heavy readers sigh at the end of a chapter. Saddles sit like tidy wooden rooftops. Panniers yawn politely. Ropes curl into possible futures. Bells add a faint melody that manages time without numbers. For all their hauteur, the camels quietly admit they need you. They carry the middle miles magnificently. You stitch those miles to the edges. River to staging ground, gate to dune, ridge to market threshold. In that seamwork, porters are the hinge that lets a big door swing smoothly. Your job is not to impress the desert. It is to get along with it at a sustainable pace. Past the busiest lamps, a storyteller drifts by, voice like velvet on carved wood. He says the line you've read but not yet felt settle into your shoulders. Here salt can outbid gold. The sentence doesn't insult gold. It locates value in climate and need. Gold is reputation. Salt is muscle and recipe and animal life. In this ecology, the second often buys the first. Traders nod because markets remember truths long before books bind them. You let that sentence sink in the way sand drinks shade, quietly and thoroughly, and you realize the load on your back is also a purse in another grammar. Under a palm's darker fronds, sandals receive the kind of attention usually reserved for poems. An elder recommends a second strap at the heel, an extra stitch across the toe, and a thin cloth insole to stop tiny stones from writing essays to your arches. Payment includes a story, because stories are the small coins everybody accepts. You offer the ferry at Cabra, the creak of planks, the clay-sweet breath of the Niger, the way fish sellers call to each other as if every price were a proverb, and the elder nods as though he has visited that soundscape himself, then slides his needle through leather with a calm that convinces the leather to cooperate. Beside a neat pile of wooden frames, technique arranges itself into something like kindness. A veteran shows how to lash a slab so the crossbar rides high and frees your arms, how to pad the collarbone without choking breath, how to slide the strap a thumb's width each hour so skin forgets less and forgives more. Instructions sound simple and feel like rescue. He closes with the softest advice. Don't try to be interesting. Try to be even. Out here, desert drama is just pain that hired a publicist. You practice the sliding step for soft sand and the lifted step for crust, and your breath discovers a tempo it can keep. Around the counting circle, symbols settle legal dust before it rises. Charcoal marks establish provenance. This quarry to that clan, this cut reserved for a mosque repair. These two promise to the smith whose buckles never betray their owners. Stones act as witnesses because stones forget favors and remember weights. Taxes will be assessed at Oases where authority guards wells, and somewhere ahead a scribe will write numbers that sit tidily beside names. That is mainstream reality, not myth. Paperwork has sand in its margins here, yet it still keeps promises standing upright. Beyond the lamplight, a debate warms its hands without needing a winner. One elder claims camel caravans transformed trans-Saharan trade early and decisively. Another argues the big turn arrived later, when political backing and safer oases allowed numbers to swell. Both quote travelers whose pages still smell like dust. You sip tea and let uncertainty do its calming work. Historians are still debating how quickly camels rewired desert economies, how far human portage persisted beside them, and how often policy rather than innovation set the pace. Meanwhile, two delightful oddities stroll through the conversation. Some families keep an especially pretty slab as wedding furniture, a low table that turns utility into ceremony and catches lamplight like frost that forgot to melt. Another small practice rides in pockets, a fingernail of salt as a talisman against confusion. No one claims it guides feet. Everyone knows a dropped chip can confirm a trail even for a thirsty camel. These little tricks are trade's marginalia, half superstition, half practical footnote, kept because they work or because they work on nerves. Closer to the gate, the old tale of silent trade sits down like a cat that owns the blanket. One merchant tells it sweetly, salt set down, retreat, drumbeat, gold set down, retreat, and you smile at the choreography. Another clears his throat to complicate the prettiness. The real silence, he says, comes after a long overture of signals. Clean hands, deliberate slowness, obvious restraint, and reputations accrued like interest across seasons. Scholars caution against taking the phrase too literally. The silent part seems to be less about voice and more about tempo and trust. Historians are still debating how widespread, formal, or legendary those practices were. Roadside darkness grows kind rather than large. A rooster practices moderation somewhere. A donkey supplies an editorial that nobody requested but everyone acknowledges, and the last errands finish themselves. A gourd stopper checked, a strap retied, a mint leaf persuaded into one more cup. A short prayer lifts and gently reminds everyone that fairness isn't a mood but a muscle, exercised in the market as readily as in the mosque. Mainstream reality sits beside you again. Religion here is not a separate room. It is the cadence of the working day, calls to prayer that pace rests, legal language that oils bargaining, and stories of generosity that police the jokes that go too far. Sometimes the counting man runs a finger over quarry marks, chanting them like saints' names. Taoudenni, Taghaza, places the wind keeps trying to erase. Accounts argue over Taghaza's exact footprint, whether prisoners or free laborers cut most of the stone at certain times, and how production swelled or dipped as politics and water tables conspired. Historians are still debating those proportions, and you choose to stand inside the uncertainty like a tent that still keeps out wind. After the jokes settle the air, practicalities return like loyal dogs. The captain outlines the day's skeleton. Wake before dawn's first rumor, walk through the long cool of morning, shelter when noon flattens thought into a single syllable, rise again for the forgiving light, and make camp while the sky keeps a few colors just for you. Veterans grin and warn against enthusiasm, which the desert snacks on without mercy. Consistency, they say, is the only bribe the dunes accept. You memorize the sequence the way you would memorize a favorite chorus. Eventually, negotiation thickens like syrup. Rates get quoted in cowries and slabs, sweetened by meals, shaded by promises, and sometimes varnished with an oath nobody expects to test. Witnesses hover like commas keeping the sentence honest. Someone swears by a cousin who carried 2 slabs. Someone else mourns the cousin's lower back. Agreements land with that satisfying thud that says everyone pretended just enough and conceded just enough. Contracts here use fewer words than handshakes and more pauses than signatures. Finally, the captain with sand in his eyebrows hands you your assignment. 1 slab lashed to a frame you've tuned to your height, 1 water gourd with a cork that knows its job, 1 handful of dates for the stretch between arguments and lunch, and the reminder to shift the load when your breath starts to sound like you owe it money. The frame settles against your back and immediately behaves like an opinionated companion. You adjust. It forgives. A truce is signed along your shoulders. In the pocket of your mind, a private chant assembles itself. Lift, place, breathe. Midnight doesn't crash. It arrives with a thinning of jokes and a tidying of straps. Emberglow stitches faces into brief portraits. A boy with indigo-stained fingers fans the coals, and the dye leaves a blue confession no soap fully erases. A quiet, quirky signature of cloth and class that polite society notices and then pretends not to. Bells soften to a heartbeat. Drums roll themselves into silence. The calm you feel doesn't belong to bravado. It belongs to shared purpose, and it helps you carry not only a slab but a place in a pattern. Dawn still sleeps, yet the caravan leans toward it as if gravity has an opinion. The captain counts, the counting man counters, the ledger agrees, and the slabs get chalked with symbols that act like passports. Somewhere ahead are oases that will be both lifelines and toll booths. Wells defended by eyes that turn water into policy. You rehearse the numbers you'll need, sips per hour, steps per rest, jokes per argument, and workable courage slides into place. The first dune won't be impressed, but it might be persuaded. Farther than the staging ground, star positions begin to mean more than decoration. Veterans greet them like old friends, and you learn which ones draw a reliable line from river to emptiness and back. Wayfinding will become intimacy with wind ripples, friendship with the color of sand at different hours, and negotiation with horizons that keep changing the subject. Memory extends into the sols, the map lives in your body. You discover that the best compass is often a well-told story that a path remembers how to fulfill. Elsewhere, a tiny scale unrolls from a cloth like a traveling thought. Brass seeds of weights wink in the lamplight while a merchant explains how gold dust later gets measured. Grain by grain, breath by breath, when colleagues return from the south. In a near whisper, he warns that the tidy schoolbook line, "Gold for salt, ounce for ounce," is a fine headline and a poor ledger. Prices wobble with season, route, taxes, and risk. Historians are still debating typical ratios across eras, and you're fine with that. Doubt is honest here. Nearer to your own thoughts, a practical joke walks by wearing wisdom's hat. A novice asks whether it's better to start dramatic and fade, or start slow and finish dramatic. 3 veterans answer in chorus. Start even and finish evener. You laugh because the music of it sounds like relief, and also because it holds the mercy you were hoping for. The desert won't demand you be a hero. It will ask you to be a rhythm section. That, you decide, is something you can do. Occasionally the mind tries to pre-walk the whole route in a single swallow. That's too much future for one spine, so you break it into syllables. Lift, place, breathe. Lift, place, breathe. Wisdom at this hour sounds like ordinary verbs, which are, frankly, the best kind. A porter beside you mutters a proverb about slow rivers and strong banks, then grins, pleased that his mouth can teach his legs. You copy the grin because morale is both a tool and a souvenir, and you'll want it later when the horizon behaves like a practical joke written in sand. Then the captain raises one hand and the air hushes like a sheet being shaken. Contracts turn into memory. Jokes fold themselves into tomorrow's lunch. The small fires settle into clean coals. You notice the absence of hurry and realize it is the last lesson of the night. The desert rewards steadiness over theater, attention over appetite, and craft over bravado. When the signal comes, you step forward with the weight you chose and the rhythm you borrowed from the bells, and your shadow, suddenly taller, keeps pace like someone who intends to keep promises. Softly the city folds itself, and you carry a square of its light into the dark in the form of a story, a strap, and a promise to be kind to your own pace. Salt presses against your frame with a confidence that feels almost affectionate. Gold, somewhere in a pouch you have not earned yet, waits to enter later, grateful that salt is doing the introductions. By morning you will own a new relationship with thirst, with measuring, and with the particular happiness of shade. For now, the night accepts you, the bells approve your tempo, and the road, politely, practically, begins. Straps settle across your shoulders like a sentence that has to be spoken slowly, and the wooden frame leans in as if testing your grammar. The slab is a patient square of Taoudenni, chalk pale and slightly translucent at the chipped edges, heavier than your early optimism but lighter than your later caution. A veteran gestures for calm, then points to the crossed ropes that will keep the weight honest. Not theater, craft. The desert, he explains, never applauds. It merely allows. Humor is permitted, shortcuts are not, and the way the strap kisses your collarbone decides whether tomorrow feels like a conversation or a complaint. Beneath the lamp's small sun, ropes turn into verbs. The figure eight lashing loops over the crossbar, tucks under the slab's corner, returns to the upright, and tightens with a friendly grunt. A palm fiber cord takes its place beside a strip of leather like two old cousins who finally learned to get along. Knots receive names. Camel hitch, porter's mercy, miner's lock, and each name smuggles in a tiny story about someone who once solved a problem and made that solution contagious. Rough edges on the slab get a cloth buffer. Rough edges on pride get a joke. The frame creaks once, then agrees to behave. Knots, like people, reveal character under pressure. The porter who coaches you insists on a double half hitch at the load's lower corners. Not because it is fancy but because it forgives beginner errors. He shows how slack is a rumor that turns into trouble, and how a strap, if allowed to migrate, will scribble a rash on skin like an impatient child with a charcoal stick. A thumb's width shift every hour becomes a treaty between endurance and pain. Tiny rituals accumulate. Tap the knot, test the hang, breathe, and the slab sits flatter, as though the salt itself respects diligence. Angles decide everything. A crossbar set a finger too low will bully your breath. One set a finger high will let your arms swing like metronomes marking the caravan's music. The veteran tells you to imagine a line from ear to ankle that stays quiet when you walk. If the load pulls you forward, lengthen the strap. If it nags at the lower back, lift the crossbar. Every adjustment is a sentence with a comma rather than an exclamation point. Vanity wants the tightest lash. Wisdom wants the kindest one. Between those two, endurance makes its home. Padding looks modest and acts heroic. A rolled strip of cloth, preferably soft cotton that remembers kindness, nests under the shoulder strap. Another wraps the crossbar where it kisses the spine. Someone adds a twist of indigo cloth, and the dye leaves the faintest whisper against your skin, like a secret handshake from luxury. Oddly practical, a sliver of felt salvaged from a saddle pad turns into the best collarbone shield in camp. Quirky detail, yes, but you feel the difference in the very next step, and gratitude becomes the easiest weight you carry. Balance takes the stage without raising its voice. The slab must sit centered. Even a thumb of drift runs interest on your fatigue. A veteran tilts the frame and listens. The creak prints a small verdict about distribution. He shifts the knot by the width of a millet grain, retests, and nods, pleased that the frame now hums at a pitch he trusts. Spines, it turns out, can hear. A crowd's worth of small repairs prevents a single large misery, and the camp's collective attention keeps quietly adding drops to the same bucket. Tomorrow's mercy. Breath becomes a metronome you wear inside the ribs. 2 steps in, 1 breath out. 2 steps in, 1 breath out, an elegant algorithm nobody bothered to patent. The porter who teaches you keeps time with the bell on a camel's breast strap because that bell never lies. When breath stumbles, pacing answers, never drama. An old joke wanders past about the newcomer who tried to sprint his first ridge and discovered gravity keeps receipts. Laughter does its work, which is to sand down pride until it fits comfortably inside skill. Sand, so innocent looking from a distance, turns into personality underfoot. On powder it requests a sliding step, toes drawing a calligraphic curve that keeps momentum from arguing with depth. On crust it prefers a little lift, the knee acting like good punctuation for a sentence that doesn't want to run on forever. Dune faces teach micronegotiations your calves will remember longer than your ego wants. The veteran calls these polite arguments with geology, and the phrase makes the whole caravan smile. Soreness introduces itself like a neighbor with boundaries. Shoulders speak first, then hips, then the place where strap meets humility. Preventive care now will cost less than repairs later. A dab of shea butter works into the skin before the strap has a chance to write its epic. A strip of soft cloth, warmed near the brazier, becomes an evening compress that convinces the fascia to be less dramatic by morning. Pain, treated early, remains a colleague. Ignored, it applies for a leadership position. The motto here is simple. Kindness now is interest earned tomorrow. Blisters, those tiny revolutions, receive a protocol that sounds like folk science and behaves like good medicine. First sign, a hot spot that whispers, gets attention. Powder if dry, oil if abrasive, a bit of goat leather if the place insists on sulking. The elder with blue fingertips suggests a trick. Place a soft ring around the spot so pressure spreads like gossip, skipping the sensitive core. Strange detail yet delightful. Some porters sprinkle a pinch of finely ground salt into water to dab on clean skin. A crude antiseptic that makes sense in a camp where the pharmacy is woven into the market. Nothing gory, nothing dramatic, just care shaped by need. Water, the loudest quiet in the desert, learns to arrive on schedule rather than whim. A swallow every stretch beats a gulp at noon, and the gourd itself becomes a teacher. Never quite empty, never heavy enough to resent. A friend shows how a strip of wet cloth tied around the neck cools not just skin but stubbornness. Mainstream knowledge points out that caravan's plan breaks by the call to prayer and the sun's angle, which makes hydration automatic instead of heroic. Habit saves more lives here than bravery. Dates perform the practical miracle of being both calorie and comfort. A pair tucked in your pocket each hour keeps mood and muscles on speaking terms. The trick is to chew slowly so the sweetness keeps pace with the step count. Someone offers a pinch of crushed peanuts folded into a date to make a quick paste. Another adds a few sesame seeds and describes it as edible punctuation. Little recipes pass along the line like friendly rumors that always come true. Ritual turns adjustment into sanity. Before dawn the frame gets checked the same way. Tap the knots, test the sway, roll the shoulders until they name the strap's mood. After midday rest the order repeats but slower, with a cup of tea guiding patience. The evening brings the inspection that feels like gratitude. Clean the strap with a pinch of ash and water. Rub the crossbar with oil so it remembers to be kind. Lay the frame flat where the night wind can't teach it new complaints. Repetition doesn't make life dull here. It makes it humane. Numbers sneak in and set the boundaries for pride. A typical slab from Taoudenni weighs roughly the size of an argument you'd rather not have. Call it 30 to 40 kilos when freshly cut. A little less after the wind licks its edges dry. A camel can carry 4 or 5 slabs with room for odds and ends. A porter sensibly sticks to one if the day expects him to behave like a long-distance ally rather than a cautionary tale. Mainstream reality checks out. Bulk goes on humps. Precision rides on shoulders. Everything else negotiates. Historians step into the lamplight in the form of friendly disagreement. Did human porters routinely haul slabs long stretches between mines and staging oases? Or were their miles mostly the first and last? The stubborn beginnings and endings that camels can't finesse? Chronicles offer snapshots. Later travelers add bravado. And local memory tells stories with muscles rather than numbers. Historians are still debating this question, and you learn to carry uncertainty the way you carry the slab. Centered with kindness without pretending it isn't heavy. Stories, of course, behave like water, they find a path. One insists that Taghaza used prisoner labor most of 1 century, while another counters with paid seasonal crews from nearby oases who mixed mining with herding. You listen respectfully because the truth may have changed from decade to decade as politics, water tables, and demand braided themselves differently. What doesn't change is the feel of the slab under your palm and the principle that fair pay buys fewer problems than cheap wages plus fear. The caravan prefers problems it can repair with rope. Technique multiplies when shared. A younger porter invents a small loop at the strap's end that your fingers can find even in the dark, allowing quick micro-adjustments without setting the slab down. Someone else introduces a habit of counting 20 heartbeats after each knot. Retie so calm, not impatience, decides the pressure. Another demonstrates stepping off a dune crest at a diagonal to keep inertia polite. Tiny improvements accumulate until the day moves smoother than memory, and your confidence stops pretending to be luck. Myth, when treated as a guest rather than a landlord, becomes useful. The old line about gold for salt, ounce for ounce gets passed around again as a campfire headline and set down carefully as an accounting error. Prices wobble with season, risk, and tolls. The real exchange rate this evening is between effort and attention. Inside that quiet ledger, you find an unexpected profit. The way the right knot turns into relief, the way a well-timed sip changes the color of the next mile, the way a patient pace retrieves humor from the edges of fatigue. Footprints weave the lesson into the ground. Each step records agreement among bones, straps, and intention. The veteran beside you hums a simple melody to keep his stride honest, and you borrow it because good ideas here are communal property. The sand forgets individual feet quickly but remembers patterns, and you start to trust that what vanishes still matters. There's a comfort to that, especially at night, when the stars look like holes punched in a dark tent to let patience breathe. By the brazier, a quiet, eccentric fact gets its 5 minutes of fame. Some porters stash a pinch of crushed acacia resin in a cloth pouch and warm it in the sun to soften. Dabbed under a strap, it acts like nature's slow-motion cushion. Another mentions sprinkling a whisper of fine ash into washing water to cut the oils on straps so they don't turn slick in heat. Nothing glamorous, everything gentle, and all of it part of the invisible engineering that keeps this trip from feeling like a dare. Toward the oases, politics begins to thread the practical needle. Wells mean tolls, tolls mean records. Records mean names that scribes write with the same calm they use to write prayers. The captain keeps a ledger that might outlast a dozen caravans, and your own line in it becomes both a receipt and a promise. Mainstream knowledge shows here as simple arithmetic. Water unlocks distance. Distance unlocks trade. Trade unlocks manuscripts and repairs and marriages. Salt, sitting square on your back, pays tuition for an entire region's education. Eventually, the conversation returns to feet, which are, after all, the committee chairs of this enterprise. Sandals get a second inspection after noon sleep, and someone suggests weaving a thin cord between big toe and neighbor to stop the strap from wandering. You test the tweak, and the next descent feels less like improvisation and more like choreography. The day's most useful praise arrives in 5 words. That looked easy to watch, and the compliment slides under fatigue like shade. Night spreads itself like a cooled sheet, and the routine for relief sets in. The frame lies flat. The straps lounge like domesticated snakes. Your shoulders practice the ancient art of not carrying. Tea returns with its 3-part sermon. Bitter to remember limits. Strong to rehearse courage. Sweet to honor companionship. The mainstream point peeks through the steam. Caravans are logistics, yes, but also communities of technique. Everything worth doing seems to require both. Morning will ask for proof that you learned what evening taught. The first lift is the day's thesis statement. The first 10 steps, the supporting arguments. A small callus that started yesterday negotiates a truce with the strap. The patch of skin across your spine thanks last night's oil. The knots behave as if they prefer good reputations. Across the line of porters you can feel a shared tempo settle in, from which jokes rise like birds and settle again. The slab hasn't grown lighter. Your relationship with it has grown kinder. Finally, the debate about human versus camel miles returns with nuance rather than swagger. You're not trying to win an argument. You're trying to carry a square of ocean through a sea of sand without turning your body into a cautionary proverb. What the chronicles cannot quantify, your shoulders can testify. The first and last miles belong to hands and feet. The middle insists on humps and patience. The whole depends on the unglamorous genius of straps, pads, knots, breath, and small mercies repeated until they feel inevitable. If there is a headline for this chapter, it would be the gentlest one. Craft carries. Mist of early light peels off the horizon as the caravan angles toward a place the wind keeps trying to erase. A settlement built of the very thing it exports. Saltstone walls rise like pale ribs from the flat earth. Edges scalloped where crystals have flaked and rejoined. Doors framed by beams that look surprised to be here without trees for miles. Miners move like punctuation marks across a page that never ends. Their tools flashing dull silver as they tap a stern rhythm into strata laid down by ancient seas. From a distance, the whole town resembles a mirage that decided to get practical. But up close it smells of brine and dung fires, sounds like picks clearing their throats, and tastes, on the lips, in the air, like a kitchen that has sworn an oath never to be sweet first. Faces greet the caravan with a practical cheer that smells of brine and smoke. The first exchange is not gold or cloth but information. The water table's mood, the mine face that behaves, the one that sulks, the well where a rope recently frayed. A foreman with palms crosshatched by rope handles the way a scribe holds a pen, sizes up your frame, your sandals, the set of your shoulders, and points you toward a square cut in the ground where today's labor will be more conversation than conquest. Even before a slab touches your back, the mind begins to teach its grammar. Nouns are weights, verbs are knots, and adjectives are the small mercies people show each other when the sun raises its eyebrows. Around the perimeter stand houses mortared with salt crumbs, their surfaces catching light as if powdered snow had learned to stand its ground. Windows avoid grandeur, eaves shrug. Roofs learn humility by habit, because rain, though shy in these latitudes, will bite the very bones of the buildings if it arrives uninvited. People here talk about weather as a locksmith. They respect how a few drops can pick a settlement apart. Quirky adaptations follow. Mats woven from palm fibers roll over the roofs when the sky looks indecisive. Door sills where thin wooden riders sow footsteps don't grind the threshold into soup. And the best corner of a room is often reserved for the prettiest salt slab, kept like an heirloom painting and brought out during weddings as a low glowing table. Ahead of the mine face, ground turns into geometry. Rectangles are chalked with pick points, lanes are cleared for sledges, and a shallow ramp curls down like a question mark inviting answer. Miners cut the upper crust first, a brittle cap not fit for trade, then sink to the denser heart that fractures with a clean complaint and stacks obediently. Grain, color, and ring tell quality. Too gray and customers grumble. Too soft and edges crumble on the road. Just right and merchants in distant markets will brag that their meat keeps its courage through the week. Mainstream reality sits here without ceremony. The Sahara's salt is not one thing but a family of textures, and learning to tell cousins apart is half the craft. Between hammer strokes, the mine hums with small talk that carries big weather. A woman in an indigo veil trades proverbs with a camel man about the patience of ropes. A boy recites the tally of yesterday's output with the confidence of a freshly sharpened knife. An elder mutters about how the brine tastes different this season, saltier, if that's possible, which means the pans will give crystals faster but the tea will demand more forgiveness. Mainstream knowledge anchors everything. Caravans orbit these mines because human bodies, animals, and kitchens across a wide belt of land need salt like sentences need verbs. Lamplight from a shaded brazier holds the morning's first tea at the mine edge. The water is brackish, and the tea comes out tasting like a map of compromise. Bitter lines softened by sugar and mint, a faint mineral chorus riding under the flavor. Laughter meets the grimace you can't entirely hide. It grows on you, someone says, and the phrase earns its rent by moving in at once. 3 small glasses later and your tongue has signed a truce, discovering that the salt actually steadies the sweetness into sense. Ritual does its steady work. Patience poured, courage warmed, affection sweetened. Saltworks stretch beyond the pits like notebooks left open to dry. Shallow pans glitter, some with thin lacework where crystals begin, others empty but for the memory of last week's harvest. Workers rake patterns into the brine, guiding evaporation with a sculptor's attention, and lay slender boards across a few pans so wind won't bully the surface. Odd detail delights the mind that likes ingenuity. Date pits, collected by the basket from camp kitchens, become fuel for braziers that boil down experimental batches, because wood treats this place like a rumor. Nothing is wasted where distance prices every mistake. Questions travel through a place like this in working clothes. How many slabs can you cut before the light bullies the depth perception out of your eyes? Which seam misbehaves afternoon? Where did last night's wind push the sand? And which ramp needs rescue? Answers arrive by committee and memory, and you realize the mine is less a hole in the ground and more a library of cooperative habits. Mainstream fact slips into the foreground. Over centuries, this output has linked savanna to coast, fed animals, flavored soups, preserved fish, and paid scribes to copy books whose leather covers now smell faintly of the very trade that funded them. Tea returns at mid-morning as an excuse to talk about the marks etched into each slab near the quarry's edge. Symbols assert origin and obligation. This face for that clan, this line of blocks pledged to a merchant in an oasis 3 sleeps away, those corners set aside to mend a mosque's roof after the last sandstorm tried to turn piety into sculpture. The counting man chants the marks, and you hear how commerce writes allegiance into stone with a clarity politics envies. The practice isn't romantic. It's insurance against confusion when shadows lengthen and caravans stack promises into the same patch of shade. Quarry marks themselves become a language you start to read with your thumbs. One looks like a sunrise, another like a spearhead, another like a stylized fish. Stories hide nearby. A mason once cut a string of marks by mistake and owed 3 days of cooking to the offended crew. A quick-witted scribe invented a new mark to prevent that particular confusion and was thanked with a saddlebag of dates. Small systems solve big frictions, and the mine's order depends less on punishment than on shared clarity and the jokes that enforce it without bruising pride. Stories about Taghaza leak like brine through generations, and their flavors vary. Travelers swear the entire place was carved from salt, mosque, walls, tombs, while locals laugh and point to timber supports that arrived via caravan. Proof that even extremes prefer moderation. Chronicles describe prisoners in chains, yet other voices insist on seasonal laborers who took pride in a craft that kept families fed and books copied far downstream. Historians are still debating the balance of coercion and contract across different decades, and the debate, carried respectfully, keeps everyone honest about the difference between a snapshot and a pattern. Maps struggle around this place, and not just because wind edits landscapes without asking permission. Some scholars pin Taghaza here, others nudge it there. Ruins get adopted, renamed, or politely argued over. Distances in old itineraries wobble when the pace of camels and the thirst of scribes compete for accuracy. Arguments grow kinder when everyone admits that coordinates are recent luxuries. Historians are still debating the exact siting of certain ruins mentioned in famous accounts, as well as whether a later mine absorbed an earlier name the way a river sometimes inherits its neighbors' stories. Numbers, when they appear in travelers' notebooks, rarely agree long enough to share a tent. Output per season is reported in heroic figures by one, in modest stacks by another, with the truth likely idling in the shade between. One caravan claims 1,000 camels once queued here. A rival memory says 500 on a good year. Miners remind both that years themselves change their minds. Production scale resists neat arithmetic because politics, labor, water, and rumor move the goalposts constantly. Historians are still debating typical volumes, and you learn to enjoy the fact that reality here prefers paragraphs to spreadsheets. Daily work settles into a music you can march to without hurrying. Picks bite, slabs sigh, sledges complain softly as they slide toward shade. Lunch tastes like logistics, flatbread, dates, sometimes a spoonful of millet porridge if someone's cousin is generous, and conversation tastes like mentorship. A foreman tells you to watch the grain run across each slab like wood. Cut across the run and the slab will resent it all the way to Timbuktu. Cut with the run and even camels seem to walk more politely. Craft, applied kindly, becomes a form of mercy the body can cash at day's end. Housing in a salt town feels part stage set, part thesis defense. Inside, floors crunch faintly, a reminder that the walls are edible to rain. Niches hold lamps. Shelves cradle the precious few wooden objects. A braided rope becomes both decoration and life-saving handle when wind throws its little tantrums at night. A quirky fact earns a grin. Some families store their finest slab upright in a corner like an heirloom painting, saved for weddings as a low table that glows under lamplight like a winter pond. Tools deserve their little biographies. The pick that opens clean seems carries a nickname and a story of the miner who taught it manners. The wooden sledge is repaired with a patience not unlike prayer. Its runners rubbed with oil eked from wherever the caravan found mercy. Ropes wear splices like badges of wisdom. Nothing is new for long. Everything has been persuaded to cooperate more than once. Worn objects prove themselves by continuing to work without complaint, and the community loves them for it. Shifts are planned by shadows and by the memory of heat in stone. Morning clings to the east face. Afternoon forgives the west. When the sun stands on both shoulders at once, work narrows to tasks in shade or in the brine pans where water negotiates with light. The call to prayer provides not just pause but measurement. Breaks land where devotion would have landed even without labor. Mainstream reality hums underneath. Faith paces the day, trade pays the baker, and both keep tempers cooled. Payment wears multiple faces here and all of them square. Some laborers take their wage in slabs, which is both currency and confession of confidence. The surest bank is the thing everyone needs. Others receive cowries or cloth credited to merchants they will meet when the caravan turns south. A quirky detail emerges. A few miners carve their initials into the fragile edges of a wage slab like a baker pricking a loaf. Not to boast, but to avoid confusion when many slabs come to rest in one shadow. Reputation, like salt, is easier to keep than to restore. Customs grow in the corners of necessity. Before a slab leaves the yard, a boy with blue-stained fingers dusts it with fine sand so edges won't chip in the first 20 paces. Before a new team enters a pit, a woman claps twice to startle whatever complacency has settled there. These small gestures function like seatbelts. Quiet, repeated, and impossible to boast about without sounding foolish. In their accumulation you glimpse the invisible scaffolding that holds a risky profession in place without theater. Safety speaks gently but carries a good plan. Ropes are inspected by people who treat fraying as an invitation to fix, not to blame. Ladders, where pits deepen, are lashed with extra prudence, and a watcher sits above with a coil of line and the patience of a librarian. A chalk tally near the pit mouth lists who went down and who came up. Humor gets used to nag the tardy without hardening into sarcasm. Quiet competence prevents melodrama better than any speech. Evenings drape the mine in bronze, and stories unspool while hands keep working at small tasks. Someone recounts the season when a caravan brought musicians and the brine seemed to sing. Someone else tells of a sudden rain that made the town's corners weep until mats were flung over roofs like emergency shawls. A mainstream thread weaves through the tales. Over centuries, Taghaza faded and Taoudenni rose to take its market share, depending on politics along the Niger and in the Maghreb. Historians are still debating the timing and causes of that handoff, and the uncertainty feels respectful toward how slowly places change. Rumors work the night shift as briskly as any foreman. A sultan somewhere is said to be thinking about routes. A distant tax collector has discovered arithmetic. A trader boasts of a book copied on new paper so smooth it feels like cool water. These winds of intention matter here because they tug on the strings that feed the mine. Yet daily life declines to panic. The rule remains constant. Cut clean, mark clearly, lash well, step evenly. Gossip may set the mood. Technique sets the outcome. Memory stores itself in more places than books. The mine has songs for lifting sledges and for easing a sledge down a ramp without bullying the men beneath. A short rhythm, tapped with a pick on a block, tells when to lift. A longer one tells when to set down. The music keeps injuries rare by making impatience unfashionable. Griots pass through and collect these beats along with place names and genealogies. And somewhere far away a listener will hear the story of salt and feel, without explanation, the urge to walk in time. Departure days from the mines feel like markets turned inside out. Instead of goods rushing in and coins ringing outward, weight moves outward and promises ring inward. Slabs with fresh quarry marks get counted into stacks, frames are assigned, camels kneel with theatrical sighs, and the captain and foreman review the ledger as if it were a weather report. Mainstream truth puts its feet down. Without this crossroad of labor and horizon, the economies to the south and the tastes of kitchens along the rivers would shrink into smaller selves. Elsewhere in the camp, a pedant disguised as a friendly uncle reopens the debate about the silent trade. He argues that the mines have always been noisy with work and that the silence people celebrate belonged more to ritualized restraint than to literal absence of speech. Another listener counters with a family story about exchanges done without words across a dune line where language failed and patience succeeded. Historians are still debating the scope and setting of those encounters. Laughter closes the circle, which is the right ending for an argument that feeds on nuance. Closing routines move through the settlement as deliberately as stars. Tools are stacked with handles pointing outward for easy mornings. The brine pans receive their evening rakes. The slabs selected as wages are tucked into shade and blessed with a final inspection. Lamps glow in the doorways and, from a high point, the town resembles a constellation that forgot to lift off. The gratitude you feel surprises you, not because the place is easy but because it is exact. The mine asks for attention and pays in belonging. Footsteps guide you back to the caravan's temporary corral where the bells cough politely and then settle into contented quiet. Hands check straps. Shoulders preview tomorrow. Jokes try on the new day's tone and decide not to overdo it. A porter inspects your frame and, with the courtesy of someone correcting a path rather than a person, nudges a knot a thumb's width and gifts you a handful of dates. Technique tastes sweet when it's shared. Starglow lays a thin lake on every flat surface and turns the salt town into a dream you can walk through without leaving it. Someone points to a star that will hang over the route south like a generous signpost. Someone else sketches the shape of the wind you might meet 2 days from now with the back of his hand. Navigation begins long before the first dune. It begins here, where orientation wraps itself around community and turns strangers into a team that can read open country fluently. Gratitude does a final round before sleep. For the builders who persuaded salt to become shelter without pretending it's brick. For the miners who teach the language of grain and fracture the way elders teach patience. Briefly, daily, with a joke at the end. For the caravan that will carry this square honesty toward cooks and herders who count on it. For the scholars who argue not to win but to understand, so that when maps wobble and numbers disagree, the conversation keeps everyone's pride from getting brittle. Horizon waits politely beyond the last lamp, and the town, which earlier looked like an improbable thesis, now feels inevitable. Salt towns grow where demand keeps its promises. Routes adjust to wells. Empires notice and try to tune their taxes accordingly. Historians will keep debating the exact pulse of that noticing across centuries. And you, far from despairing at the ambiguity, find comfort in it. Uncertainty here is honest work too. It keeps arrogance from hardening, like a well-timed sip keeps fatigue from making bad decisions. Morning will come with a low drum roll on the camel bells and a clink of sledges arriving with the last slabs for your stacks. Straps will remember what evening taught them. Shoulders will remember to be kind. As the caravan angles away, the salt town whispers the only blessing it has time for. Cut clean, mark true, walk in rhythm. The rest is commentary written by wind. Calendars reveal themselves not on paper but in layers of salt and in the tilt of light that changes how a seam answers the pick. Miners describe months by the personalities of shadows and by how quickly the brine yields crystals in the pans. Festivals drift to meet the work rather than interrupt it. Prayer and market days braid like rope. This is mainstream across the Sahara-Sahel world. Time keeps pace with labor and devotion rather than bossing them around. The mine's calendar, imposed by wind and water, becomes a commons everyone respects without needing a clock. Apprentices learn by carrying more questions than tools. A boy shadows a stooped uncle, absorbing the etiquette of ramps, who yields when 2 sledges meet, which corner hides a treacherous frost at dawn, how to carry a pick without menacing ankles. He repeats the chant for quarry marks until it leaves his mouth automatically. then blushes when he confuses the sunrise with the spearhead. Laughter is soft and immediate. Skill here is inherited like a family recipe, passed by demonstration, seasoned with jokes, and perfected by the kind of patience that calls itself ordinary. Weights come out at dusk like a careful promise. A tiny balance rides in a leather case, brass seeds of measure winking back lamplight. Merchants rehearse the ceremony that will matter in Timbuktu. Scoop, level, weigh, agree, and trust thickens when hands move predictably. Someone mentions again the classroom rumor about gold and salt trading ounce for ounce. A foreman, amused, waves at the ledger of lived ratios where season, risk, tax, and weather have their say. Historians are still debating typical prices across eras, and you're happy to let nuance do the accounting. Seasons ride the mine like discreet emperors. Harmattan months lay a fine veil across the world, and the work answers with slower cuts and more frequent sips. Late heat brings mirage tricks that veterans ignore without boasting. The rare rain arrives like a guest who must be humored without being allowed to redecorate. In lean weeks, fewer caravans mean more maintenance. Repairing sledges, deepening wells, patching walls with mortar that crunches like sugared pastry. The town persists by treating monotony as a craft rather than a complaint. Climate, in the widest sense, hovers over campfire debates after the stars have taken attendance. Some argue the dunes have crept farther in their lifetimes. Others reply that memory is a dramatic historian and that cycles hide inside longer cycles. A traveling scholar points out that human choices, how routes are kept, which wells are defended, which trees are spared far south, tip the balance as much as any wind. Historians and scientists are still debating which levers mattered most in different decades. Your job is simpler. Listen to wind, carry wisely, leave before noon gets ideas. Farewell from a place like this sounds like advice disguised as courtesy. Foremen wish your straps in obedient mood. Cooks send a twist of salt for the road to remind sweat to behave. A scribe adds a note in the ledger that folds your name into the mind's memory, so a page can answer if a question tugs at the route. Slabs take their places on frames and panniers, marks gleaming briefly before dust dulls ambition to a practical shine. The town recedes without drama, as competent landscapes tend to do, and the caravan turns its face toward the long explanation of distance. Morning begins with a slow braid of sound, low grumbles, soft leather creaks, and the thin, almost polite chime of brass bells as the caravan shakes sleep from its shoulders. Long necks lift like question marks asking the horizon for permission, and handlers move among the animals with the composure of librarians shelving a noisy enthusiasm. Sand cool from the night carries the first imprints of hooves wider than a human palm, and somewhere between breath and intention, your steps start sinking to a sway that feels like a lullaby with a backbone. Dromedaries stand in a line that keeps re-explaining the word elegance. One hump leans forward like a patient foothill, the back rises and falls as if remembering waves, and lips investigate the world with the curiosity of clever tools disguised as smiles. A rider climbs a high wooden saddle and sits above the bustle like a lighthouse. A pack animal kneels with theatrical sighs to receive its burden without conceding dignity. What looks awkward in still pictures becomes choreography once the caravan begins to move, and your body, almost before your mind, learns how to listen to that rolling cadence. Saddles decide whether the day will cooperate. Riding seats stand tall, front and back arched like the prow and stern of a small boat, while pack saddles are low frameworks of wood padded with wool or plaited fiber, their surfaces meant to share weight like fair siblings rather than squabble. Straps pass beneath the belly with a snugness that airs on kindness, and extra padding protects the humped skin from the fidgets of rope. A handler runs fingers under each girth to judge space by feel, and the habit turns into quiet liturgy. Test, adjust, bless with a palm, move on. Leather breathes stories into the morning as oil works into old straps, and a stitcher squints at a worn buckle hole as if reading someone's diary. Saddle pads get shaken, dusted with ash to dry yesterday's sweat, and relaid with the kind of care usually reserved for fine paper. A small quirk brightens the routine. A few handlers sew blue tassels onto cheek pieces not just for pleasure, but to distract flies and, if you believe the grin, to ward off jealous glances. Whether superstition or well-tested fashion, the tassels bob in approval as the line reforms. Pads under those broad feet flatten into the sand like arguments that refuse to escalate. No hard hooves clatter. Instead, a double layer of calloused cushions spreads pressure, so the animal seems to glide more than stomp. Toenails hook just enough to keep traction honest on slopes, and the whole foot behaves like a conversation with the ground that neither party wants to win. Watching the prints fill and soften behind the caravan, it becomes obvious why wheels sulk in dunes while camels merely suggest a different speed. Cadence is the caravan's soft tyrant. Front legs reach, back legs follow, the spine swings gently left right left, and your hips, once they stop auditioning for a comedy, learn to accept the invitation without commentary. Pack camels prefer a steady trudge that outlasts impatience. Riding camels, when asked, can skim across hard flats with a speed that makes laughter show up uninvited. The rule that keeps everyone friends is simple. No sprinting the morning into debt. Rhythms turn distance into something that behaves. Bells announce personality as much as position. A deep bronze voice hangs from the leader like a modest drum. Mid-tones sprinkle down the line, and tiny chimes near the tail keep the pace from unraveling at the edges. Handlers swear you can hear foul moods, gossip, and weather forecasts in the music if you've been on enough crossings. Quirky truth be told, some caravans tune their bell sets so the intervals please the ear. Practical morale wrapped in accidental harmony. Whether or not the Sahara notices the scale, the humans certainly do. Intervals between animals matter like punctuation in a long sentence. A rope between halters ensures no one stumbles into another's shopping list of distractions, and spacing widens or narrows according to slope and wind. Over crests the line fans out like a polite parade. Into gullies it draws close so no one disappears into the sand's clumsy grammar. When the leader slows, the rest must respond without debate, and the bell of the second camel becomes the soft hinge that prevents pileups fueled by optimism. Water makes its own calendar, and the caravan learns it by heart. Depending on heat and season, a day or two may pass between full drinks, but nothing until collapse is a myth no responsible handler entertains. At Oases, camels drink in polite gulps that turn into astonished buckets, and brims drip like small waterfalls across grinning muzzles. Brackish wells cause no insult. Salt-tolerant bodies bow in thanks and keep most of the gift. Meanwhile, people sip by schedule, often by the sun and the prayer calls, because the desert rewards habits more than heroics. Browse appears where outsiders swear only maps live. Salty shrubs with thorny would offer leaves. Dry grasses wave philosophical questions and then donate answers. Even low acacias that seem to be all complaint surrender pods that crunch like practical sweets. Camels discover mouthfuls with a surgeon's confidence, folding their lips around thorns and chewing with a sound that makes patience feel audible. Handlers call this letting the desert feed itself, and the phrase earns your immediate respect. Brine tolerance is not just a headline, it's breakfast policy. Camels can drink water that would make a horse compose a resignation letter, and they return the favor by turning that saline charity into steady gait and calm eyes. In a pinch, a handler will mix a little salt into an animal's mash not to season taste, but to remind the body how to hold on to what it needs. The same principle, scaled to humans with more finesse and fewer handfuls, governs your own routine. A pinch of salt on food, a rhythm of sips, and the confidence that chemistry is quietly cheering for you. Handlers move with a diplomacy learned from animals who admire clarity. A nudge at the breastbone asks for kneeling. A hand on the ear suggests it's time to turn disputes into cooperation. A soft word smooths the introduction between a fresh load and an old opinion. Training starts long before a caravan, with halters, short walks, and the kind of patience that resists impressive stories. By the time you arrive, the camels mostly treat commands like well-rehearsed cues in a play they've agreed to perform every season. Caravans are governments on the move, and camels sit in the cabinet. A lead animal, steady, not flashy, pairs with a human captain who reads dunes like policy documents and prefers boring success to memorable disaster. Riding camels serve as couriers between segments of the line. Pack camels carry not just slabs but pots, tent cloth, and the private ambitions of merchants who wake up thinking about profit margins and fall asleep thinking about water levels. Everyone knows who eats first at camp, the workers with the widest feet. Signals keep the whole procession in one story. A lifted palm from the captain means narrow the line. A low circle traced in the air invites kneeling. 2 quick drum taps ripple backward as check straps. Speak kindly, drink if told. Whistles code for hazards. 1 for wind gusts bragging ahead. 2 for shifting sand that resents hurry. 3 for a stray animal that wishes to audition for freedom. Life here is musical without needing a stage, and obedience looks suspiciously like mutual trust. Midday folds itself like a letter to be read later. Canvas shades bloom between saddles, and camels kneel all together as if remembering a choreographed dream. Dates and flatbread perform morale miracles. Tea maps patience onto the hottest hours, and a small cloud of indigo-stained laughter collects under the awnings as handlers trade jokes about how camels think people are pack animals with delusions of grandeur. Rest finishes with unhurried checks of girth and pad, because rushing is just a way to schedule regret. Temperament has its weather, and camel weather forecasts arrive without thunder. A male in season may blow out a pink balloon of soft palate, a droll little sail called a dulla, that fascinates children and convinces rivals to negotiate. Spitting is more legislative than violent. Saliva, not drama, and handlers step aside with the dignity of diplomats. Ears angle like punctuation marks, and everyone reads them fluently to avoid paragraphs of misunderstanding. Quirky but true, some animals seem to favor certain songs. A hummed line can calm an edgy knee. Physiology practices magic tricks that science kindly explains. Nostrils pinch to thin slits against sand. Nasal passages spiral like clever plumbing to condense outgoing moisture so exhaled breath becomes a gift they keep. Blood cells wear an oval shape, less likely to panic when water is scarce, and body temperature swings are tolerated like minor budget deficits, saving water by postponing sweat. Sweat glands work when they must, hoarded like compliments, and in the balance sheet of the day, camels come out looking like accountants for whom drought is merely a complicated quarter. Scholars step into the afternoon shade to whisper timelines. Some argue that domestic camels were already reshaping Saharan movement in late antiquity, pointing to rock art and early mentions that smell faintly of pack trains. Others locate the great reorganization in the centuries after Islam threaded oases with new alliances, routes, and taxes. Historians are still debating when, precisely, dromedary caravans rewired the desert's economy, whether the spark was earlier trickle or later surge, and the open question invites humility from anyone tempted to carve dates into stone. Networks change personality when a reliable engine appears, and the dromedary is a quiet engine with opinions about pace. With camels, trade webs stretch wider and tie together river towns, forest goods, and coastal markets in patterns that make geography cooperate with ambition. Gold dust, books, salt, cloth, and ideas hitch rides in both mouths and panniers, and the line between merchant and messenger gets deliciously blurry. Mainstream truth holds steady. The Sahara isn't a wall but a filter, and camels calibrate what passes through. Weights ride the day like policy choices. A strong pack animal may carry 200 kilos if terrain and conscience permit, but captains who expect to see the same camels next season shave that figure the way good bakers shave sugar on hot days. Slabs stack like civil servants, square, murmuring, never quite agreeing on whose corner goes where, while balance takes the only seat with a view. Loads tuck low to keep sway from writing poetry, and rope ends disappear into tidy knots that know how to mind their own business. Evenings reassemble the caravan into a small town encircled by patient legs. Ropes tangle on purpose between pegged lines, preventing a midnight wanderer from discovering philosophy alone. Feed appears as dry bundles that smell like old sunlight, and muzzles work through them with gratitude that looks suspiciously like joy. A handler massages a knee with slow circles. Another oils a cracked strap. A third tells a story about the time a camel decided to adopt him and lay its head in his lap until he laughed himself useful again. Moonlight turns bells into a lullaby you can walk inside. Stars hang where compasses used to sit, and the lead animal follows a bright steeple of sky while the line chats quietly with the cool earth. A night march uses lower voices and longer thoughts. Footsteps thicken the music, and the whole caravan breathes as if one chest held it. Riding camels pick paths with a confidence that shrugs at darkness. You let the rhythm remind your thoughts to behave. Navigation grows intimate when guided by animals who don't need maps. Camels notice wind ripple angles, remember the feel of firm crust under a thin deceit of powder, and prefer ridgelines that obey a certain politeness. Handlers read the ears for descent, the neck for curiosity, the keel of the chest for fatigue, and the way the shadow leans for the hour more accurately than a tired watch. Together, humans and animals collaborate on a shared sentence whose grammar the desert can't fault. Patience learns how to wear a smile. When a strap whispers rather than complains, you fix it. When a tail swishes in a rhythm that spells boredom, you change the view or the pace. When a young camel tests boundaries, you answer in clauses, not headlines. The small mercy that you offer an animal returns as a mile that doesn't argue. By the time night folds itself, patience feels less like virtue and more like common sense with a sense of humor. Humor keeps pace with the bells, and none of it insults the dignity of labor. Someone tells of a camel who refused to carry pots unless the lids were tied in a way that satisfied its aesthetic. Someone else swears an animal can tell when the tea has improved and will kneel faster for a handler who boils it correctly. Whether strictly true or generously embroidered, these tales act like grease in the day's gears. Laughter, portioned out sensibly, becomes the caravan's favorite fuel after water. Children near oases learn the alphabet of camel talk before their hands are big enough for knots. Tiny fingers trace saddle patterns as if reading a storybook. Small feet practice the command for kneel beside a mother who has taught the same lesson to 3 older cousins. And the first time a child hears the high bell of the leader settle into the morning's tempo, a new chapter in local memory opens. Apprenticeship here works like family, often because it is literal family, and the knowledge feels rooted enough to survive whatever fashions arrive by radio tomorrow. Memory stores itself in bells the way a city stores itself in alleys. Years from now, a single clang will pull back the smell of leather, the taste of brackish tea that somehow grew kind, the exact curve of a dune that pretended to be a wall and turned out to be a helpful sentence. You find that the mind likes to file wisdom under sounds. The grip of a good knot has a timbre, the decision to rest has a pitch, and the difference between hurry and flow could be a chord you hum without realizing. Tomorrow promises its own music as the caravan eases toward another string of oases, and the ledger waits for new numbers written in tight, tidy lines. The camels will wake, stretch, and accept their work with the old theatrical sighs. The bells will clear their throats. The captain will raise a hand like a conductor greeting a familiar orchestra, and your steps will find their place beside a shadow that teaches balance by simply existing. What began as an awkward partnership has turned into a choreography that treats distance as a patient friend. And somewhere inside that friendship, trade becomes not just movement of goods, but a habit of attention that survives long after footprints forget to stay. First light finds the caravan easing toward Arawan, a low shimmer on the horizon that becomes palms, mud walls, and the quiet grammar of water. Dunes, which spend all day pretending to be permanent, step politely aside for a patch of green that exists because a seam beneath the sand decided to keep a promise. Bells hush themselves as if entering a library. Handlers relax a fraction. Camels roll their shoulders like actors dropping character. The smell changes first: damp earth, date pollen, a faint mineral note from a well mouth, and then the temperature cools under the fronds. Every step across this threshold is gratitude made visible, and the route turns from endurance into ritual. Water, shade, repairs, counting, and stories that arrive quicker than couriers. Without saying it loudly, the entire company agrees to the obvious. Oases are not stops. Oases are reasons, small miracles tied together into a map you can live on. Around the outer edge of Arawan, low walls and storage rooms gather like thoughts under a headscarf, neat and purposeful. A tax shelter sits near the wells with a wooden bench the color of very old bread. A scribe unfurls a ledger, a ruler, and a reed pen cut to a voice that prefers vowels of patience. Officials nod with the weary courtesy of people who practice fairness as a skill rather than a mood. Slabs are counted, marks are read, and names are added to the season's quiet poem of passage. Mainstream reality stands in the shade. These rest stops double as toll posts and way stations, keeping routes safe by making sure obligations travel alongside goods. What looks like a pause in the desert is actually governance in sandals. Syrup thick as polished dusk slides from a copper pot by the market. Date sweetness reduced until it shines like an opinion. A woman with nimble wrists pours threads of it onto flatbread, tracing lazy spirals while telling you that Arawan's palms taste different after certain winds, a flavor the tongue notices even if the mind fumbles for vocabulary. The first bite rearranges the morning. Sugar and smoke, sunlight and memory. Convincing your legs that distance can be paid in pleasure as well as patience. A boy offers a pinch of ground sesame to scatter on top, a tiny luxury that makes the bread nod approvingly. Practical magic follows. A handful of dates in your pocket calibrates mood, and the syrup tin gets wrapped for trade farther south where sweetness is news. Rest isn't sleep here. Rest is logistic smiling. Saddles get eased off and propped on their sides like small roofs taking a breath. Pads are flipped to dry. Knots are checked the way a careful person checks a door before dusk. A brazier wakes with a respectful crackle. Hides are rubbed with oil so straps don't begin acting like philosophers. Jokes try on the afternoon's tempo and decide a gentle stroll will do. News travels the clockwise circuit of shade. Who raised a toll last week? Which sultan blinked first in a dispute with his cousin? Whether the wells at a northern stop have turned brackish. Underneath the chatter, mutual aid knits itself. A needle passed here. A spare cork there. A warning about a dune that pretends to be helpful and is not. Wells line the square like blunt-throated instruments tuned to the same key. Ropes squeak a friendly rhythm while goatskin buckets climb, spill, descend, and climb again. The brine tastes of minerals that have their own career ambitions, but thirst turns complaint into gratitude fast. Water is issued in sips and swallows according to a schedule older than anybody present, small, often, without drama. A camel drinks with eyes half closed, lashes collecting droplets. A handler wipes a muzzle with the corner of his scarf as if drying a child's cheeks. You count wells the way some people count blessings because today they are the same measurement. A nearby elder explains how a well's mouth is a public square with depth, and you nod at the kindness of that design. Ledgers lean into the day with dignified patience. A scribe writes your captain's name, the provenience of the slabs, and the agreed toll in lines as straight as paths to water. Stamps or seals are scarce. Reputation does the heavy lifting. Receipt strings knot into the ledger's edge, so the breeze can ring a little chorus that says, promises were made, and here they are keeping each other company. Mainstream fact takes a bow. Oasis administration is not decoration. It's risk management. By writing who passed with what cargo and when, a community turns rumor into record and makes violence expensive for anyone considering it. A fair toll, even one that pinches, costs less than ambush. Underground galleries whisper beneath other oases farther north and west, especially in the Tuat. Foggaras, those horizontal wells that harvest patience as water. Imagine a mother tunnel sloping ever so gently from the aquifer toward the gardens, punctuated by vertical shafts like punctuation marks. Breathing holes where diggers crawled up, gulped air, and measured gradient with a string's quiet authority. Gravity does the pumping. Time does the rest. At the mouth, channels finger out into plots, and the palms where they're green like a thank you letter. Nothing about it is flashy. Everything about it is genius. In a country where buckets get tired quickly, a foggara never raises its voice. Guardians of these channels move like careful librarians. Ears drop to earth to hear a trickle's mood. Palms feel wall dampness and diagnose leaks the way a physician reads wrists. At distribution points, a notched stick or a clean board records turns. How many moments a plot drinks, how long a neighbor waits. Quirky detail makes the lesson stick. In some villages, a pierced bowl floats in a basin as a water clock, sinking at a trustworthy pace while watchers trade proverbs. Elsewhere, a shadow line on a wall serves the same purpose, slowly stepping toward a mark that means next. Boisterous quarreling is rare because it wastes the one resource nobody hoards: time. Scholars sipping tea in the shade enjoy arguing about origins. Did foggaras in the Tuat bloom from local trial and error, or do they descend from the older Kanat traditions that tunneled their way across Persia and beyond? Some point to method echoes, gradient discipline, maintenance shafts, shared rights distribution, and propose a family resemblance carried on trade winds. Others insist on convergent genius born of similar problems solved by people who needed water more than they needed ancestors. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate is a friendly one, because water will not wait for the footnotes. Architecture keeps the day honest. Thick walls store night and release it back when the sun argues. Alleys narrow into wind-cooled canyons where conversations move at pedestrian speed. Doors sit deep in shade with knockers fashioned from iron, palm wood, or clever rope. Roofs borrow beams from wherever caravans will spare them, and palm mat ceilings fill the gaps, making rooms sound like quiet drums when rain tries to visit. A small mosque leans near the square, sandy and serene, its mihrab cupping shadows the way a hand cups water. Everything reads as an essay on moderation. Nothing unnecessary, everything kind. Hospitality is muscle memory here. A traveler receives tea without audition, bread without negotiation, and a corner of shade without a resume. Zawiyas, lodges of study and prayer, anchor charity with organization. Learned men tie the knot between piety and logistics by running guest pots that rarely go empty. Charity doesn't ruin business. Charity rescues it from becoming brittle. The rule is simple and widely enforced by side-eye alone. Profit travels better in a caravan of decency. An odd little courtesy surfaces, cups for strangers get filled higher, an old signal that the town remembers it once relied on other people's wells. Markets layer voices under the palms. Mats bloom with pyramids of dates, soft ones that melt with a sigh, dry ones that chew like consent. Merchants grade them by color, skin, and crown, rolling fruits in their palms with a gentleness usually reserved for birds. A clever woman demonstrates a trick. Split a date and tuck in a roasted almond dabbed with syrup, then dust with crushed sesame so the filling doesn't stage an escape. It's dessert and travel insurance wrapped into one. Spices rest in measured hills that look like topographic maps of flavor. Leather goods throw a warm shadow smelling lightly of smoke and rain that never came. The square is half grocery, half rumor exchange, all pulse. Gossip moves faster than camels and tastes better than most lunches. A courier from the Tuat swears the foggaras there sang louder after last month's wind. A scholar from Timbuktu says a manuscript arrived bound in leather that felt like it remembered a lion. A smith complains that the best charcoal now costs a story as well as a coin. Rumors, like dunes, drift and settle, yet patterns emerge. Who is fair? Who is foolish? Which route is behaving? Stories become a safety net stretched between communities that share no walls but share a future. Schedules at the wells resemble choreography written in water. Each garden receives its turn, often measured by time, sometimes by the shadow's walk along a marked wall, and each plot holder watches with the serene impatience of a parent at a school play. The distribution master carries a long ladle as both baton and gavel, shifting flow with a practiced flick. The main channel's lip wears the smoothness of long agreement. When tempers do approach boiling, tea gets poured until everyone's timetable returns to the civil tone of arithmetic. Mainstream knowledge lives here. Scarce water becomes fair water by predictability, not by miracles. Fragility hides under the lushness like a fine crack under glaze. A collapsed shaft can starve a third of a village. A poisoned well demands a season of repair and prayer. A new tax can make palm groves change hands the way clouds change shapes. Nothing screams, everything tilts. The oasis survives by anticipating tilt and smoothing it with routine. Maintenance Wednesdays, cleaning days, festivals that arrive exactly when morale forgets its manners. Hands that know how to braid rope also know how to braid calendars, tying work and joy into the same rope so neither frays. Distances out here are measured in sleeps and sips, not in romantic bravado. From Arawan to the next rest can be 2 gentle days or a single stern one, depending on wind and temperament. Captains piece itineraries around wells like a seamstress places darts. Small tucks that fit the garment to the body. Even a slight miscalculation is expensive, so veterans build in forgiveness. 1 extra skin of water, 1 more bundle of feed, a cup of humor tucked into the route where memory says it runs thin. The map becomes a necklace of oases, each bead valuable because the string is so long. Tariffs do their cautious dance beside the market chatter. A fixed toll per slab is simple in theory, but practice insists on footnotes. The well is low, the garrison needs shoes, a nephew is getting married, and, amazingly, the ledger has feelings. In many seasons, the toll buys protection that no caravan can afford to disdain. Scales arrive with brass weights like seeds and a careful hand that knows how to level with a breath. The tidy schoolbook line that gold and salt traded ounce for ounce earns a third glass of tea and a friendly correction. Prices here float with season, risk, and rumor. Historians are still debating typical ratios in different centuries, and that uncertainty feels like an honest receipt. Prayer quilts the day without smothering its tasks. The call lifts like a thread of cool air and everything folds into agreement. Hands wash, lines straighten, heads bow, and silence irons out the wrinkles in the hours. It is not an interruption so much as a rest in the score that lets the next phrase arrive with better manners. Under the palm shade after prayer, a jurist answers a quarrel about a fallen wall with a verse on neighborliness, and the men who nearly scowled nod, slightly embarrassed that they needed reminding. Mainstream reality. Religion paces commerce here, turning speed bumps into scheduled pauses. Health repays attention with compound interest. A porter smears shea along a strap path and the skin exhales. Another heats a pebble in the brazier, then wraps it in cloth to nurse a stubborn knot in the calf. A third teaches a trick with a palm midrib splint that persuades a fingernail to stop arguing with work. A quirk earns applause. Some swear by a sliver of date syrup stirred into tepid water as a tonic when appetite sulks. Whether placebo or palatable chemistry, the sip coaxes the mood back onto its feet, and miles pay for the recipe. Shade becomes its own economy as noon argues with reason. A square of canvas breeds a community fairly fast. Strangers share edges and swap reviews of dunes the way urbanites swap cafes. Under the makeshift roof, a scribe tells how manuscripts travel in leather rolls tucked against salt, and how some pages smell faintly of brine years after they've found a home on a scholar's shelf. Books under the sky are cargo that carries you back when you're done carrying it. The thought feels like a breeze that doesn't care where it learned kindness. Departure creeps up in the quiet hour when tea turns from strong to sweet, and the bells clear their throats. Camels kneel. Frames are shouldered. Hands wave in a grammar that says what words would overcomplicate. The scribe tears a small receipt string and ties it to the ledger's margin with satisfaction, as if completing a sentence that needed one more clause. Dates change possession. A borrowed needle finds its home. A rumor about a generous well farther north gets folded into the captain's expression. The oasis recedes not like a vanishing dot, but like a blessing that continues to operate as it disappears from view. Memory of Arawan rides out with you as flavor and policy. The syrup tin tinks in a pannier. The ledger line you earn today will act as a passport when a nervous patrol waves you down. The advice about a wobbly dune lodges in your stride. The vision of a foggara somewhere under all this sand gives your canteen a personality you trust. Historians may continue to argue about origin stories for channels and the exact date when certain tolls came into fashion, but your lesson is simpler and quieter. Lifelines do not shout. They hum. And as the caravan stretches itself back into a sentence long enough to cross a map, the hum is what your ears decide to keep. Dawn spills like diluted indigo across the dunes as the caravan drifts toward a low scatter of tents, goat hair dark against the pale sand, where the wind smells faintly of milk and wood smoke and something metallic from last night's tools. A line of figures stands at the edge of camp to greet travelers with measured ease, faces haloed by long-dyed cloth that catches first light like a slow blue fire. Voices rise in Tamashek, soft consonants, wide vowels, and the lead woman gestures you toward shade with the authority of someone who knows water by its true names. Hospitality isn't a performance here. It's muscle memory with a smile. Indigo glows on palms as tea arrives, fingers and lips haloed blue where dye has rubbed off the long Tagelma scarves that wrapped veil men here carry like a passport for weather and custom. A pot clinks. Sugar hushes the first bitterness. Mint wakes the second pour into courage, and sweet finishes the recipe with affection. A young man sips and grins around the rim, and the grin shines a little purple, proving the nickname travelers repeat with affection, the blue people. Not because of skin, but because the cloth loves to share itself. It's a practical quirk as well as poetry. The thick indigo, often rich with natural oils, softens sun and sand, and the color carries the prestige of the expensive dye along the same roads where salt rides. Greetings land with a cadence that feels like a step you can learn. Azul, someone offers. A hello from the wider Amazigh world, and Tainmert follows as thanks when shade becomes a seat and dates become breakfast. Names sketch themselves politely. Kel this valley, Kel that plateau, people of, as a reminder that belonging starts with land, even if movement is the family profession. Language here is a felt map. A wall means word. A suf is a kind of homesick longing for an open space, and aman is water, the noun that writes laws. You repeat each word under your breath until your mouth respects it. Tense breathe like well-made sentences, lines taut but not proud. Goat hair panels, black when new, browning toward olive as seasons teach them humility. Stretch across poles that lean at angles only experience dares to prescribe. A woman gestures to the threshold and you learn the rule that travelers often forget. The tent is hers in both practice and law. Step thoughtfully. Among the Tuareg, descent traces through women, clan lines and property such as tents, dowry goods, and certain animals. So your host isn't merely generous. She is the archive of location and lineage. That mainstream fact reframes the morning. Even the shade you sit in is an authority. Cooking smells unfurl from a low fire where a round of Taghaza, desert bread, puffs beneath hot sand and embers, the crust learning smoke and heat while someone tells a joke about visitors who flinch at the idea and then ask for seconds. Butter thins into sheen under the finished loaf and dates push sweetness through the last crumbs. Blue fingers lift, tear, pass, and the handoff feels like a ceremony no one needs to name. A small bowl of fresh milk joins the circle, and laughter edits the day into something you can carry. Food here is both weather report and history lesson. It uses what survives the journey and what remembers the land. Matrilineal lines turn from concept into choreography as camp life arranges itself under the tent. Women manage the space, where tools rest, where a loom unrolls, where guests angle their knees, and authority feels neither ceremonial nor secret. It is simply the grammar of home. A mother corrects a child's posture with 2 fingers and an eyebrow. A sister inventories bundles with the speed of experience. An aunt fetches a tool from a corner you never noticed and announces that a strap deserves repair before the son starts making decisions. Property talks to time in a feminine voice. After divorce, the tent stays with the woman, wealth folds into her household, and lineage walks forward through mothers so that a child's clan name travels the same path as comfort and story. Men's veiling turns expectations upside down. The Tagelmust wraps head and lower face in blue folds that can be snug against wind or relaxed over tea. Privacy for the mouth as practical as it is symbolic. A veteran adjusts your wrap so your breath tames itself in your own weather, and he adds a casual aside. While outsiders often want a single explanation. Modesty, magic, or sunblock. The truth is a braided rope. Protection from sand, a sign of adulthood, a social courtesy that cools speech. Scholars add that veiling may once have marked rank or danger. Locals shrug and point at the wind. Historians are still debating the layered meanings across centuries, and the debate itself becomes part of the fabric. Clans assemble like constellations with old names that hum. Keladag of the Adrar Mountains, Kelahagar of the Hoggar Highlands, Kel Air of the Air Massif. Confederations act both like umbrellas and compasses, sheltering members and orienting alliances, while camps move with rain and pasture the way the sky moves with stars. The image of fixed tribes melts into practice. What persists are relationships that solve work. Who shares wells, who guards passages, who owes songs after a good season. That flexible architecture holds a mainstream truth. Mobility is not chaos here. It is order with better manners. Music starts as shade deepens and a one-string imzad, held by a seated woman, draws out a line so delicate the wind leans in to listen. A tinda drum answers with a heartbeat made of stretched goatskin and steady palms, and voices carry poetry threaded with praise names, place names, and jokes disguised as metaphors. Women traditionally tend the imzad. The instrument's voice is said to calm tempers, charge honor, and stitch camp moods into a single cloth. Later, at fires farther south and decades later in towns, Ishamar guitar styles will braid new rhythms onto old poetry, but here the original grammar sings. The desert prefers a melody that understands thirst. Silver catches the light on a pendant shaped like a cross with long arms and a small square heart, an emblem many call the Cross of Agadez, worn widely across Tuareg regions. A craftsman explains that his father handed him one as a sign that the world has 4 directions and also, perhaps, as a promise that adulthood calls for guidance. Meanings multiply. Some say it's a stylized man, others a map, others a compass rose. Nothing requires a single answer. Quirky detail makes everyone smile. A few pendants hide tiny cavities where a scrap of prayer or a grain of salt rides silently. A private treaty between superstition and engineering. Script appears on a smooth shard of wood. Tifinagh letters incised with a steady hand, straight lines and gentle angles. Each sign an echo of an older alphabet family. A girl traces symbols for her cousin's name and for Amman water, and then laughs when you pronounce them too politely. Writing is not needed to keep the desert's memory. Oral poetry does that with a speed no pen can match. But the letters live, stitched on saddlebags, carved into amulets, scrawled on school slates. Scholars enjoy comparing alphabets and tracing lines to Punic or Libyco-Berber roots. Locals point to the tent door and say the important line is the one that keeps sand out. Historians are still debating the script's precise pathways and ages, and the wind is patient with their enthusiasm. Social texture turns a page as terms of rank and craft enter the conversation with a respectful frankness. Nobles, Imagegan, once held authority and routes. Free vassals, Imghad, partnered their herds and work. Artisan castes, Einaden, forged the metal that keeps camps honest. Bits, buckles, tools, and servile communities, often called Eichlin in older accounts, lived in complicated dependency. A history no one glosses with easy morality. Modern realities have changed many relationships, law and conscience reshaping practice. Yet vocabulary lingers like fingerprints. Mainstream historical knowledge acknowledges that power and work were not evenly distributed. The camp's present insists on a simpler commandment. Treat today's hands with tomorrow in mind. Gender balance looks like a conversation rather than a contest. Women speak first when tents are concerned, own the textiles and manage family property. Men speak for long journeys, treaty obligations, and herds beyond the horizon. The split is imperfect but legible, and arguments resolve in a grammar you can admire. The one who knows, speaks. A proverb surfaces and earns nods. So the tent stands, so the people stand. It's an architectural ethic as well as a social one, and the cloth that shields sleep also shields debate. Indigo dye itself becomes a lecture in chemistry and culture. Leaves ferment into dense paste. Cloth drinks, dries, drinks again. And hands learn the patience of countless dips. The expensive process confers status as surely as color. Deep blues signal time and wealth, while lighter hues confess either youth or thrift. A rye ant adds a trick for the road. A bit of oil rubbed into the cloth helps seal the dye and keep skin from becoming a second canvas. Quirky footnote. In certain celebrations, a new tagelmust is deliberately worn for hours, so the blue will baptize a face with festive proof of freshness. Origin stories play tag around the fire as stars brighten. Some elders claim descent from noble Amazigh lines that once grazed between Libya and the central Sahara, moving south with old trade. Others suggest older, local roots, a native desert people woven into dunes long before pens arrived to describe them. Chronicles in Arabic sketch one timeline, oral histories sketch another, and archaeology keeps adding cautious brushstrokes. Historians are still debating how migrations, language shifts, and alliances braided the people outsiders call Tuareg. The word itself is not their favorite. Kel Tamashek, speakers of Tamashek, has the dignity of self-definition, and that preference is the one certainty in a roomful of persuasive stories. Legal matters visit the camp in practical shoes. Bride wealth travels as animals or goods. Inheritance takes a path mapped by maternal lines, and divorce, when necessary, is structured with an eye toward preserving households rather than staging theater. A visitor murmurs admiration for the way tents remain with women. An elder replies that if you lose the tent, you lose the weather. The balance between kindness and clarity here is not utopia. It is practice. Mainstream fact notes that Islamic law, customary law, and caravan logic have braided into a workable daily code, each strand advising the others when sand tries to confuse urgency with drama. Trade talk returns because trade never leaves for long. Salt, hides, dyed cloth, silverwork, and stories circulate like the desert's blood, and clan prestige rides in good manners as much as in caravan size. A woman rolls up a woven mat and names the buyers who prefer that pattern. A smith lifts a buckle and lists the captains who swear it never fails. A child tosses a ball of tied leather and shouts the names of oases in a game that teaches geography by breath. Markets tomorrow will remember these jokes as surely as these goods. Weather does its quiet governance with wind that sneaks under edges and teaches every object to become a philosopher. The Taoudenni comes up without fuss. The tent wall gets a second peg. The kettle moves closer to the leeward pole, and conversation lowers its voice without losing heart. An indigo-scarved man offers to adjust your wrap yet again, and leaves a small rectangle loose over your ears, explaining that sound travels truer when fabric behaves like a friendly filter. It's science via courtesy, the best kind. Storycraft sits beside song and takes a sip of the third tea before speaking. Griots and griot friends keep lineages, victories, debts, the exact order of a hospitality that healed a quarrel 2 monsoons ago, and the plot twists by which a caravan once survived a season when the wells complemented each other but refused to flow. Women's names anchor many episodes, not as decoration but as infrastructure. Who owned the tent that hosted the negotiation, who redirected a feud with a joke that traveled faster than anger, who kept the children occupied while the elders taught arithmetic to tempers. Memory here has matrilineal rhythm and practical base. Education folds itself into quiet corners of the shade. A boy repeats the Quran in measured syllables under a teacher's listening, then runs to fetch a rope with the same intensity. A girl traces Tiffanac on a board and giggles when a cousin misreads a letter. An older youth mends a saddle with stitches so even the thread behaves. Books travel along these routes wrapped in leather that smells faintly of brine, and scholars in Timbuktu or Agadez may later turn those pages and imagine this exact shade on this exact morning without knowing why the imagination feels accurate. Trade buys learning. Learning improves trade. The loop draws itself. Debate, like tea, comes in courses. One scholar insists the earliest camel caravans already leaned heavily on Tuareg expertise in the central Sahara. Another says the decisive scaling up happened later when Islamic dynasties organized routes and safety more tightly. Both agree that without people who could read stars, dunes, and tempers, 1,000 camels would still be a rumor. Historians are still debating the exact dates and degrees, and the camp obliges by laughing at the desire for tidy certainty. The desert writes essays, not bullet points. Clothing vocabulary becomes a game that doubles as a lesson. The Taoudenni is not just a scarf but a weather system. The Taghaza belt sits low to hold knives and small pouches. Sandals broadcast their maker's village by stitch patterns you learn to see after lunch, and veils of different shades speak to different budgets. Jewelry uses geometric grammar to make arguments about taste that no one needs to win. A child recites names with the seriousness of spellcasting, and when he finishes, applause arrives in the form of sesame sweets. Artisans in a side tent turn silver into sentences without speaking. A file sings. A charcoal fire breathes. A mold receives a melt with a patience that hushes the bystanders. Einaden hereditary smiths have always been half engineers, half psychologists, knowers of metal and knowers of how to repair pride without calling it that. Some travelers flinch at the old social distance that once walked between artisan, lord, herder, and servant. Others see only the present dexterity. The camp threads the needle by greeting skill first and letting the past sit with its complexities intact. Mainstream fact bows. Modern courtesy takes over. Humor, that most desert-proof commodity, keeps politics tolerable. A woman cracks that matrilineal inheritance is convenient because men are wonderful but travel, and when the laughter settles, the tent pole looks even sturdier. A man replies that veils are excellent because men are wonderful but talk, and the laughter bows again. People who have lived with wind and risk prefer jokes that heal on contact. Nothing here is slapstick. Everything is salve. Rituals for coming of age weave cloth and kin. When a boy wraps his first adult Taghaza, an ant tightens the last fold. When a girl receives a loom weight marked with her mother's brand, a cousin sings the tune that always accompanies that moment. Gifts carry metadata. This buckle was made by the smith whose mother's sister once led a rescue during a sandstorm. This spoon traveled to Arawan and back 3 times, and still looks smug about it. Life events leave tracks in objects, which is fortunate, because sand is a careless archivist. Directions for the road emerge organically as the afternoon leans into gold. A man draws a map on a skin with the charcoal of a stick that wants to be a pen. This ridge, that shallow, the unreliable well that sometimes acts like a gentleman and sometimes like an anecdote. A woman adds a note about a wind that turns quarrelsome afternoon, insisting the line should curve to keep morale away from dullness. Geography here is a team sport, and confidence travels best when it has heard 2 voices agree. Evening choreographs itself without pretension. Herds tuck into rope rectangles. The kettle asks for one more round of patience. The imzad hums a closing paragraph while the tinda turns that paragraph into a heartbeat. A child carries a small lamp in circles that look like survey lines. Someone marks the guest tent wall with a Tiffany blessing that a traveler will decipher at dawn and think the wind wrote. Stars find their stations. Cups find their saucers. The camp settles like a sentence that finally knows where to stop. Sleep hovers near but waits for the last practicalities. Knots are checked, pegs tested, ashes covered, and a strip of cloth set aside to serve as tomorrow's fix for a saddle crease that annoyed a hip longer than politeness should permit. Under the Taghaza, breath warms its own weather. A final note of mainstream truth lands gently. In this society, women's authority over tents and lineage doesn't stage a revolution. It stages a home. The matrilineal line is not a slogan but a supply chain for belonging. One that keeps shelter, story, and inheritance braided even when the horizon invents new appetites. Departure at first light will untie camp into caravan again, but the blue will remain, on hands, along the edges of lips, in the folds of cloth where your own face has learned to share the color of protection and pride. Words learned today will ride beside you. Tainmert for thanks, Aman for the water you will count, a suff for that peculiar longing you will feel when the camp falls behind and the dunes recover their favorite quiet. Historians may continue to debate origins and migrations, scripts and dates. What your shoulders will remember is that a tent opened, a woman gave shade, a veil showed how to breathe in wind, and a people who trace lines through mothers also trace a very stable map through change. Nightfall lowers itself like a gentle lid over the dunes, and the sky switches on in clusters, silver grains poured across velvet until the horizon wears a necklace of destinations. Under that dome, your steps become quieter, not only because the air cools but because memory grows louder. The map you carry now is stitched from starlight and habit. Bell notes from the lead camel find a tempo, and every person in the line matches breath to that music until the caravan feels like one patient animal with many feet. No parchment opens, no compass flicks. Instead, a hand rises, points at a bright nail hammered into the black, and the direction becomes a sentence everyone already knows how to finish. Above the northern rim, a modest star refuses drama and yet commands respect by staying roughly where it belongs. A guide taps your shoulder and tilts your chin to show how that fixed point rides low at these latitudes, steady enough to be a hinge for the whole sky. The horizon behaves like a ruler placed gently upon the desert's back. You try a small test, walk 10 paces with your eyes on the star, then look down, and find your feet have drawn a tidier line than pride alone could manage. The lesson arrives without trumpet. Navigation prefers humility. North presents itself as a personality rather than a letter. A veteran explains that if the star hides behind cloud, you can read its attitude from neighbors. The double that forms a line, the curly asterism that points, the faint river of smaller stars that always seems to hum northward. Even the wind keeps a loose appointment with direction. Sleep with your face cloth tied the same every night and you'll wake knowing which side the breeze prefers. On mornings when the horizon is shy, a shadow under the brim of your wrap can be interrogated like a witness. Direction here is a friend who never speaks loudly but always answers. Orion struts up later in the year with a belt so clear it might as well be a road sign you can pack. 3 bright points call the line, and a guide shows how the sword hangs like a shadowed finger toward the river of winter sky. If the caravan travels when those stars climb, days have leaned into a different rhythm. Harmattan winds may have begun their dry sermon, and wells may carry a taste that feels older than your own memory. You learn to file constellations not by myth but by logistics. Which sky belongs with which chores, which tastes, and which distances. Milky streams of the galaxy pour from horizon to horizon, and someone calls it the camel track, a pale lane for creatures with better patience than hooves. The metaphor helps you anchor bearings when familiar constellations fade into the crowd. The bright lanes tilt whispers season and hour, and you catch yourself using it like a long ruler laid across a black desk, aligning dune lines and decisions. Stories say caravans have poured along that track for centuries. Whether or not anyone believed it literally, you do now a little because the mind loves a rhyme between earth and sky. Songs rise softly because maps here are not only seen, they're sung. A leader hums a line where place names alternate with star names, scansion forcing accuracy. A rowan after this ridge, Coldwell 2 sleeps beyond. Tainsralph's hard plain where shadows look thinner than common sense. Rhymes attach memory to rhythm so the desert can't confiscate it. By the third chorus your mouth is keeping up, and the satisfaction feels like tying a good knot. The words settle in your ribs, where you can consult them without looking away from the road. Drums add punctuation, marking turns and rest with a language that never needs distant listeners to share a vocabulary. 2 taps mean narrow the line. 3 check straps and watch the ground's mood. A longer roll, like a hand laid on the shoulder, means water soon and patience now. At night the sound travels as certainty through cool air, a relief from the illusions that the dark wants to rent to your imagination. The caravan becomes a classroom where rhythm teaches order, and anxiety sits politely in the back row. Ripples underfoot tell a story, written by wind with a diligent pen. Small, evenly spaced corrugations, ankle-deep and tidy, run perpendicular to the prevailing breeze. When they skew, the breeze is flirting with a new idea. Larger bark-on dunes show a gentle windward slope and a steeper slip face on the lee, and the horns point the way the wind likes to go. A guide stoops and pinches sand, then lets it fall. The angle of repose answers the question you didn't know you were asking. Reading ripples saves miles. It prevents arguments between map and body. Shadows serve as clocks that refuse to lie. Plant a stick and numbers appear as the sun walks it around the dial of the ground. Measure the length of your own shade at a set time and you can deduce more about distance and hour than your ego wants to admit. The oldest gnomon in the world is a patient person. The second oldest is a clay jar whose shadow tells exactly how long a prayer break should last before heat begins to bully judgment. Rates and rests obey that slow geometry, turning days into manageable fleets of moments. Landforms name themselves for you as repetition does its work. Gravel plains, regs, roll like stern carpets of dark stone, and your feet rejoice at their firmness even as your eyes petition for relief. Rock plateaus, hamada, offer high views and little mercy when the wind accelerates across their edges. Isolated buttes stand like surprised librarians, marking entrances to basins where you can count lonesome bushes and pretend they are crowds cheering your pace. Between such markers, a guide will point at a line of darker sand and say path, because thousands of hooves and the occasional tire have painted the desert with desire. Scents arrive in the night like thrown pebbles, small, precise, significant. A whiff of dampness suggests a basin not far. The surprise sweetness of flowering acacia means domesticated distance. The thin tang of wood smoke, faint, argumentative, tells of a camp ahead, not close, but real enough for planning. Ears help too. The pitch of wind changes near a bluff. The silence behind a dune might mean a hollow that will slow the line in the morning. A camel's breath grows different when it smells water, slower and heavier, like a careful drum roll before applause. Tracks write a palimpsest that guides can read even after wind has done its half-hearted erasing. A fox's small triangles scuttle across a morning. A beetle's dotted line announces last night's errands. A set of wide drag marks betrays a sledge carrying slabs before the caravan condensed into camels for the longer haul. of more use to the ledger keeper. The faint regular ovals of hooves in a curve that only a caravan would trace, the repeating signature of a line trained not to wander. You study the intervals and learn how long ago they passed, almost hearing the bells still. Mirages extend the corridor with doors that aren't real, so everyone learns the physics instead of the fairy tale. Hot air near the ground bends light upward. The brain, trained by years of lakes and roads, refuses correction and invents water. A veteran points at the inverted image of a distant ridge floating like a ship and makes the whole caravan laugh. Nothing is better for morale than a sky-borne boat. Sometimes the trick flips and the blue above appears as a pool below. Nobody blames anyone for wanting to believe it. Knowledge here is not cynicism. It is a courteous refusal to panic. Lessons come as call and response during night marches. The lead asks, "Star?" and a murmur answers with its name. The lead asks, "Wind?" and someone half a line away reports the shift by feel. The lead asks, "Ground?" and feet testify. Crust, powder, polite. Apprentices absorb not only facts but tone, a calm that tells panic to go make tea. When a novice guesses wrong, the correction lands like a joke, memorable but without sting, because learning at this hour needs kindness more than volume. Memory gets furniture so it can host long journeys. A guide builds a palace in the mind with rooms named for ridges and corridors called wells. Inside, objects stand for the order of things. The wool bag in the first room means 3 days to a rowan. The copper pot on a shelf means 2 short sleeps beyond to the next reliable shade. Beads on a cord help too, 1 knot per stretch, a thumb sliding along to ask the trip how it's going. Nobody here sneers at mnemonics. In a place where tomorrow is a long sentence, a good bookmark saves hours. Tools as physical artifacts do appear, but they are fewer than an anxious traveler expects. A small compass rides in a captain's pouch but stays mostly asleep. A brass astrolabe gleams in a scholar's bag like a polite celebrity who doesn't mind not being recognized. Qibla indicators help travelers find prayer direction when landmarks sulk. Mostly, however, the instruments are inside people. Their eyes, their scars, their jokes, and those do not need polishing, just rest. Mainstream truth holds. Caravans lean on human expertise more than on metal. Sketches in sand handle planning with enviable elegance. A stick draws ridges and basins. A fingertip traces the likely wind. Pebbles become wells and towns. A palm smooths one path and opens another. And in a minute the whole map can adjust to news. No parchment tears, no ink runs. The medium is a conversation with gravity. When the captain wipes the plan away, the act says something admirable. Revision is strength, not betrayal. The caravan files the revised memory and leaves no paper for wind to bully. Wind takes the stage again to lecture about character. A steady breeze writes tidy ripples and keeps flies speculative. A gusty temper chops the dunes into frowns and throws grit like meaningless flattery. Handling a haboob, one of those muscular brown walls that approach with unearned confidence, requires choreography drilled until it feels like instinct. Kneel camels, sheet the loads, wrap faces without panic, hug the leeward side of a large thought, and let the world turn sepia for a while. When the sun returns wearing a different hat, everyone checks each other's laughter for signs of strain and repacks dignity along with rope. Routes knit the Sahara into a network that is busy once you learn how to see it. The path from Taoudenni's mines through Arawan to Timbuktu is your current thread, but other threads stitch west to Walata and Nima, north to the Tuat Oases and on to Sigil Massa, northeast to Gatams and on to Tripolitan markets. The Tainsraft is remembered as the land of thirst, a stern paragraph that caravans read with respect, while the air offers punctuation in the form of stone and shade. Mainstream history breathes here without grandiosity. These lines carried salt north, cloth and cowries south, and ideas both directions for centuries. Oddities keep wayfinders' pockets friendly. Some guides carry a desert rose, those gypsum clusters shaped like petals, to show children the earth's sense of humor about geology. Others keep a scrap of silver-tinted parchment with a short verse, folded so many times it has learned the patience of a small square of sky. A few swear by the taste of dust as an index of neighborhood. Skeptics answer with raised eyebrows and a request for more tea. Quirky tricks are tolerated if they work and forgiven if they are harmless. The desert is roomy enough for both methods and mascots. Barter in its famously silent variety returns as a story around embers, the kind that begins with, "My grandfather walked with a caravan that." Salt is set down, a retreat is made, a drum is tapped, and gold dust is left on a rock by people who prefer ritual to direct debate. The tale dresses uncertainty in beautiful clothes, allowing listeners to be both charmed and cautious. The details in each version flex with the teller, and yet the theme stays. Trust is a choreography people can learn. Debate enters afterward with a respectful cough. Some scholars say the silent exchange was rare and formal, more performance than daily practice, more boundary diplomacy than market habit. Others point to multiple accounts suggesting it recurred across different centuries and places, a technique of trading across language and trust barriers. Historians are still debating how widespread, literal, and routine silent trade was, and your takeaway remains tasty and modest. The desert holds many kinds of conversation, and silence can be one of them, especially when reputation does most of the talking. Credit moves along the route as invisibly as wind and just as decisively. A note in a scribe's hand, a reputation that arrives a week ahead of you, a cousin's cousin at the next oasis who owes your captain a favor. These are maps too. A merchant with a good ledger can carry more with fewer camels because promises weigh less than slabs. Mainstream knowledge insists that finance and faith share a skin here. Oaths, witnesses, and predictable tolls keep commerce from collapsing into stories that are interesting and unprofitable. Griots and praise singers carry maps that rhyme. When a performance lists wells in order with the precision of a prayer and the joy of a joke, the audience hums consent. When a singer misplaces a ridge, someone coughs out the correct line, and the song repairs itself. These artists are not decoration. They are librarians with rhythm, updating editions nightly. A caravan without a storyteller is like a map without a legend. Technically complete, practically confusing, and less fun in the late hours. Errors get corrected with a kindness that feels like infrastructure. A young guide points too far east. The elder lets him walk 10 beats, then asks a question whose answer points back on course. Pride survives, lesson lands, nobody accumulates an anecdote shaped like a scar. The policy seems to be, teach by confidence, not by humiliation. In a place that punishes stubbornness, humility becomes a survival technology. Edge situations offer extra credit problems for navigation. Starlight can hide behind high dust. Dunes can molt so thoroughly that last year's landmark becomes this year's rumor. Old camel carcasses that once served as rough milestones vanish into anecdotes. When the world goes bland, guides lean on patterns rather than points. The general slope of terrain, the direction of micro-ripples, the logic of waterpaths under the sand. Camels contribute with a quiet vote. Some handlers swear the animals angle toward remembered water by instinct trained into family lines. Skeptics smile and walk. Seasons repaint the ceiling enough to require updates to your private atlas. In certain months, the Pleiades rise at an hour that tells when it is sensible to attempt a longer night march. In others, the scorpion's tail warns of heat that wants to audition for villain. Precession lives too far out for a single human lifetime to notice, but older songs hold tiny edits. Verses that say, follow the bright one that used to be here. Calendars here are owned by sky and wind. Paperwork merely borrows them. Practice keeps all this from floating off into romance. A captain calls a drill where everyone must orient within a slow count of 20, using only wind, sandlands, and the angle of shadow under a nail pressed into the pad of the thumb. Another evening, a pair of novices walks out and returns by following a star down to a ridge, then picking a new star beyond it, then another like stepping stones you can actually trust. By the end of the week, the group's average panic distance, the number of paces someone can walk before worrying they're lost, shrinks to something comfortable like a scarf that finally learned the shape of your face. Lexicon gathers around the skill like curious goats. Words in Tamashek and Arabic become tools. Aman for water, Asaf for that longing ache the open desert sings into your chest, Qibla for sacred direction, Urfaud as a name someone carries from a town that specializes in fossils, as if to remind you that maps can be time as well as space. Old Berber star names live in mouths that also know Greek and Arabic ones. Nobody minds synonyms when they all point to the same patch of confidence. Language becomes the bag you reach into when the night asks for a specific key. Finally, When dawn edges the dunes with a line of tin, the last verse of the night's map finishes itself. Stars dim, wind steadies, and the memory of routes, sung, tapped, traced, sniffed, sipped, settles into the pack like an extra skin. Caravans and chronicles may be summarized by numbers. Camels, days, slabs. But what those lines can't write is this shared craft of orientation that feels less like technology and more like a relationship. Historians will keep arguing charmingly about silent trades, first camel centuries, and whether a given rock meant a left or a right. Your feet, happily, do not argue at all. They step toward the day with the calm of people who can find a path whether clouds have opinions or not, and the bells agree, which is really the best peer review on offer out here. Markets unroll like carpets wherever the caravan slows, and today the square smells of dust, tea, and possibility. Stacks of slabs gleam like patient moons, corners chipped where picks argued with geology and lost politely. Traders arrive with baskets of cowries, coils of cloth, and scales wrapped in cloth as carefully as babies. A ring of shade becomes a bank, a court, and a comedy stage. Greetings move first, prices follow at a respectful distance, and the rule you learned on the dunes returns. Rhythm beats drama. Salt here does not just ride. It buys. Along the edge of the square, a captain slides a slab onto a wooden frame that sits on a scales pan, and the whole assembly settles with a sigh. Weights shaped like seeds and beetles climb the other pan until the crossbeam levels, and the trader nods as if gravity had just offered sworn testimony. A scribe wipes his reed on a scrap of cloth and writes your line into a ledger with numbers as steady as a well-stone lip. Nothing about this feels abstract. The arithmetic has feet and thirst. Under the awning, a woman lays out strips of indigo cloth so deep they hold shade even in direct sun. Each strip carries labor, dye, and distance. Each strip is a sentence in an argument that ends with dinner. Salt slabs lean nearby like square planets, and the conversation between textile and mineral becomes surprisingly tender. One will shelter the tongue, the other the skin. A hand traces a seam, a laugh seals a promise, and the trade becomes both literal and affectionate. Between stacks of pottery, three merchants rehearse an old debate about prices as if they were reciting poetry. One swears that in his father's day, a neat exchange reigned, an ounce of gold for an ounce of salt across certain routes, while another counters with a flurry of examples where taxes, scarcity, and politics turned that proverb into a polite lie. A third shrugs and quotes the wisdom you already trust. Deserts dislike tidy ratios. Historians are still debating typical exchange rates across centuries, and the disagreement moves the bargaining along without bruising it. Coins appear seldom but decisively, glinting in the shade like fish in a shallow stream. Someone produces a worn silver dirham with an inscription that catches the eye more than the ear. Someone else offers a thin gold dinar whose weight has been gossiped about up and down the route. A jeweler bites a coin not because he doubts metal but because he honors habit. Metal speaks loudly, but in this square it is one voice among many, and slabs, shells, and cloth answer without apology. Cowries spill from a palm like small moons, smooth and friendly, each with a mouth that seems permanently surprised to be money. They traveled a long path from warm oceans, hopped from canoe to canoe, then from headload to camel load, and arrived in these hands as tiny ambassadors from the sea. Bundled into strings, they measure small debts, grease daily exchanges, and pay for sweets that keep patience in stock. Mainstream reality nods here. Cowries were the small change of much of West Africa, and they ride this route like well-behaved gossip. Cloth does double duty as fashion and finance. Strips of woven cotton, sometimes striped or checked, fold neatly into piles that behave like a stack of commitments. A captain uses a length of sturdy weave as a bonus for a porter who solved a problem with a knot before it became a story. In some towns, a certain cloth pattern functions as local currency, welcomed by bakers and barbers alike. In others, cloth stands beside shells and salt as the more respectable cousin. Softness buys forgiveness when silver cannot be bothered to attend the meeting. Scales govern this temporary kingdom with a kindness that hides strictness inside. The balance arm floats, hesitates, and levels. The weights, engraved with little stars and moons, make a quiet procession from pouch to pan. A trader kisses his thumb and touches the fulcrum because superstition and calibration travel well together. Quirky detail gets a smile. One set of weights bears tiny camel silhouettes, another tiny fish, each animal a maker's mark that tells stories about distant workshops and the pride of accurate measure. Receipts take a form the wind approves. Instead of paper alone, strings with knots and colored threads dangle from ledger edges to mark paid tolls and settled tabs. A scribe ties yours with a confident pull, and the string flicks its own little tail like a pleased lizard. Later, at a checkpoint shaded by palms, a glance at that string will save 10 sentences. Paper when available, memory when reliable, string when sensible, administration here wears whatever works. Weight occupies conversation the way melody occupies song. A slab fresh from the mine may boast moisture that adds to its heft. After days of wind, edges dry and the scale tells a leaner truth. Traders know this and set terms accordingly. So much for fresh cut, a little less for traveling edges, a premium for perfect corners that won't crumble into a merchant's temper. A porter taps a slab and listens to the pitch, claiming he can hear density. Skeptics insist on the scale, then grin when the note proves the point. Prices rise and sag the way dunes do, rearranged by wind, rumor, and the arithmetic of wells. After a hard season in the north, demand in river towns turns the square into a honeyed buzz. After a surplus, buyers practice nonchalance so hard it becomes theater. Some captains prefer to sell in several markets rather than in one feeding frenzy, spreading risk like butter. Others gamble on one loud day and a ledger that sighs with relief. Both strategies are local legends by evening. Legends, of course, prefer simple numbers. The line about gold for salt, ounce for ounce is an excellent bedtime story and a terrible invoice. School children love it. Ledgers tease it. A merchant pats a slab as if soothing a dog and says the real ratio lives in the company of tax collectors, guards, tollkeepers, weather, and the mood of the Sultan's cousin. The proverb survives because it charms. Your pocket survives because it doubts. Historians are still debating the best ways to estimate real prices from scattered sources, and no one here minds the uncertainty. Scholars squat near the tea and turn trade into a seminar that does not bore. One speaks of saftaja and hawala, paper promises and trust networks that allow money to travel faster than camels without sprouting wings. Another counters with the primacy of reputation in places where official seals are never as persuasive as a grandmother's memory. A third gently cautions that the names of instruments change across regions and centuries, and that we should not rush to flatten nuance. Historians are still debating how formalized such credit systems were out here. The caravan, meanwhile, continues to accept favors and IOUs with the seriousness of water. Captains practice a craft that looks like luck from the outside. They read faces, weigh bundles with a glance, and choose whether to pay tolls in kind or in coin based on a calculus that would make a mathematician request tea. When a guard at a well looks ready to insist on higher fees, a captain may produce a small gift for the official's aunt, a roll of cloth in her favorite pattern, and the fee remembers how to be reasonable. Politics, here, declines to be lofty. It prefers to be polite. Notes travel as quietly as doves. A scribe writes a short letter asking a contact in another town to honor credit. A wax seal or a knot in a string stands in for a signature the wind can't eat. The letter rides inside a leather tube tied under a saddle, inches from the salt that funds its sentence. When it arrives, a handshake and a verse make it real. Paper in these latitudes is not an object. It is a relationship folded small. Credit keeps caravans lighter and reputations heavier. A merchant advances goods to a respected captain. A porter accepts gear on the promise of future wages. A scholar loans a page of precious paper to copy a text, expecting return with gratitude interest. None of this depends on a courtroom. All of it depends on the fear of becoming an amusing but cautionary story. The social cost of being untrustworthy is high and durable. The savings on wait and worry are immediate. Risk audits every decision with the patience of a camel chewing. Thieves exist but prefer easy prey. Storms arrive without announcing their reading habits. Wells tire politely. Politics wakes cranky. Insurance operates as alliances, escorts, and reciprocal hospitality. A captain might accept a slightly worse price from a town known for brave rescue in past seasons because that kind of dividend pays back with interest you can drink. Accounts here are balanced in tea as much as in coin. Season tells the market which costume to wear. Harmattan months dust everything with a pale veil and slow negotiation into a deeper voice. Wetter times on the southern edge flood river towns with needs and with boats that can haul a slab the last easy mile. During certain festivals, generosity arrives as both virtue and expenditure. Gifts multiply and reputations glow. Wise traders track calendars across regions like a musician tracks keys, transposing prices as they travel from Sahel to Savannah. Ounces enter the chat only when someone wants to sound imperial. Ordinary dealings lean on measures the hand respects. Slab counts, string lengths, bowlfuls of grain, while metal weights keep everyone honest when items stop for giving approximations. Even when a trader mentions an ounce, the context reveals it as a translator's bridge rather than a daily tool. The desert may welcome travelers from everywhere, but it insists on native grammar for survival. Mythicals, that traditional unit for gold, tip scales in quiet corners. Traders discuss them the way bakers discuss cups of flour. Practical, standard enough for the room, and always double-checked with a friendly eye. The number that fits in a scholar's margin, how many grams, how many memories per coin, matters less here than the feel of honesty in the hand. Historians are still debating whether the mythical's local value drifted across regions and centuries. The square is content to let scholars edit, while the scale keeps speaking in present tense. Dinars, when they appear, act like celebrities spotted at a village wedding. Everyone pretends indifference, then glances twice. The coin changes hands with a ceremony that includes compliments for the engraver, the mint, the traveler who kept it safe, and the tea that makes the whole scene sociable. A rumor says a governor up north is clipping coins to stretch a budget. A wiser rumor says reputation is a better mint than scissors. Either way, Salt smiles serenely, immune to devaluation by decree. Ledgers wear fingerprints like signatures. A scribe dampens his reed with a tongue that knows better and writes names that pull families, oases, and seasons into alignment. He adds small marks for toll exemptions earned by escorting travelers last year through a dust storm, then another mark for a promised manuscript copy waiting at a river town's lodge. Accounting, in this world, can be poetry when it remembers to be precise. Haggling prefers wit over volume. A buyer claims your slabs have been overeducated by wind. A seller replies that the edges are just lean with experience. Laughter reduces the price of irritation. A fair number emerges as if it had been hiding under the bench all along. Children play a parallel economy with pebbles and compliments, learning the rhythm of concession and counteroffer so that, in a decade, they will haggle with the same grace they now show in chasing a ball. Afternoon heat shifts the market into a basso continuo, yet trade continues in slower syllables. People step into shade, arguments take longer breaths, and the scales keep their tiny theater going with fewer spectators and more concentration. A smith sets up a small anvil and makes buckles that will save someone from a future curse. The ting of metal on metal sounds like punctuation for the chapter you're living. Evening folds the square into smaller rooms, each lamp making a bank and a story circle. Tea returns with its three-part sermon. The third pour, sweet and relaxed, oils the last deals of the day. A woman rewraps her indigo scarf and counts shells with a rhythm that could be a lullaby. A captain tallies wages with a porter and throws in a strip of cloth for the way that porter's joke rescued a tense moment at the well. Generosity here is not tip jar sentiment. It is competence celebrating itself. Nightfall opens a different currency altogether. Stories for rest. Those who sold well share the narrative of how. Those who took a loss tell a joke that makes the loss behave like a clever investment in humility. Someone revives the myth of a caravan that once exchanged salt for gold, without a word across a river of suspicion. Someone else counters with the detail that the drumming went on for hours before anyone pretended to be silent. Historians are still debating how often such rituals occurred, but everyone agrees the tale buys peace before sleep. Morning resets the whole economy with a bell. New arrivals line their slabs like fresh sentences. Yesterday's winners try for encore performances without becoming tedious. Yesterday's cautious buyers arrive with coin and confidence. The captain examines a set of scales he might purchase for a cousin and tests them by weighing stones that his hand already knows. When the beam balances to his satisfaction, the purchase happens in 3 gestures and 1 blessing. Tools bought well are prayers answered early. Taxes wait where wells do, and they rarely apologize for the timing. A clerk at the post measures your load and calculates a fee that claims to be both ancient and fair. You test the ancient part with a smile. He doubles down on the fair. A guard intervenes with a look that says everybody would prefer to remain cordial. A small gift of dates finds the guard's pocket. A slightly smaller toll finds your ledger. The square resumes pretending that arithmetic and kindness always agree. Mainstream reality keeps the peace. Authority pays for safety, and safety keeps trade boring, which is the goal. Tolls vary by season, scarcity, and the depth of the official's patience. At one oasis, the fee can be lowered if a caravan contributes a day's labor to patch the well mouth. At another, exact coin is required because last year's generosity taught the wrong lesson. A captain keeps a mental chart of where to pay with salt, where to pay with cloth, and where to produce a letter from someone whose name does not enjoy being ignored. Governance out here learns to be portable. Departure approaches, yet the market refuses to close its eyes. A woman sells the last of her sesame treats to children with shells. A man swaps a broken pot for a repaired buckle and seems content with the difference. A scholar trades a proverb for a discount and claims the proverb will be worth interest later. Your own ledger from this stop reads like a poem of equivalent exchange. Salt out, shells in. Cloth out, favor in, humor out, path-clearing advice in. Accounts in this world close not with zeros but with relationships. Rumors sneak in like late customers. Someone says a northern governor plans to fix weights to stop cheating. Someone else says the real problem is not dishonest scales but impatient tempers. A third person interrupts both with news that the road west is kinder if you start before the moon rises. None of these items are cash, yet each adjusts prices inside your head. Information here is not a commodity. It is a seasoning. Stories about currency itself become a game after supper. A porter claims that in a village far east, salt shavings once served as small change at a wedding feast, each shave worth a sip of milk. A merchant counters with a tale of fish-shaped brass weights that wandered into a child's toy basket and caused an afternoon of chaos at the scale. Quirky truths, embroidered by affection, teach better than lectures. Quirks keep the square affectionate. One trader insists on slapping each slab with a flat palm to hear the tone before buying. Another sprinkles a few cowries on the ground, claiming shells must touch earth before they can belong to anyone else. A third balances a weight on his wrist as a routine flourish before setting it on the pan. Theatrics here are not deception. They are hospitality for anxiety. Everyone relaxes when rituals behave. Balance becomes more than a device. It becomes a virtue. Fairness travels as a reputation that fits inside a name, and that name buys faster agreement next season. When a mistake occurs, and they do, it is fixed as publicly as possible so the story travels in useful form. You notice the relief on both sides when a correction lands without blame. Trade may love numbers, but it marries trust. Patience pays wages that pride cannot offer. A buyer who returns 3 times to the same stack with slightly different questions ends by paying a price both parties can tell their cousins without blushing. A seller who holds firm for an hour discovers the last 10 coins of the day belong to stubbornness. The square grooms endurance into elegance. Somewhere in the middle of it, Salt's quiet face keeps watching, as if it has seen this scene many times and intends to see it many more. By late afternoon, the caravan stretches toward Timbuktu in a long, satisfied exhale, bells resolving into a quieter music as earthen walls gather on the horizon, and the smell of river wind sneaks across sand like good news trying to act casual. Streets of Bonko, sun-baked mud, lean inward to make their own shade, and flat roofs hold sleeping pots and gossip from earlier in the day. Corner mosques anchor the lanes with the calm of buildings that know they were born from the same soil they now protect. Unloading areas bloom near the market like pop-up villages of intent, and your shoulders anticipate the moment the frame will slide away and your bones will remember how to be social again. Streets bend you toward a square where the city keeps multiple lives humming at once. Traders counting by touch, scholars counting by citation, children counting by games played in the dust. Jingariber's silhouette lifts above the roofs with its famous heavy grace, and a few streets farther the Sankor precinct gathers students into circles of listening. Mainstream history nuzzles the scene. Timbuktu earns its reputation not as a single monolithic university, but as a constellation of madrasas, study circles, and private libraries held inside households that treat knowledge like inheritance. The city wears learning and trade like twin bracelets, neither clanking, both sturdy. Across the market's bright floor, salt stacks land in neat squares beside fabrics from the house of towns, beads that look like they remember beaches, and baskets of cola nuts humming with a caffeine optimism that makes even negotiations sound cheerful. Perfume sellers display small glass vials whose stoppers do half the seducing. Leather workers drum rivets into bags destined to smell of manuscripts and Camel in equal measure. The square is not chaos. It is choreography, and the first steps are courtesy, not price. Greetings open wallets more predictably than arithmetic. Under a low awning, the toll clerk performs his dignified ritual. Read quarry marks, weigh a sample slab, note the caravan captain's name, and write the toll into a ledger that will later defend you against forgetfulness at some distant checkpoint. Ropes loosen, frames lean against a wall to rest, and breath becomes a luxury you decide to squander. A porter beside you bends to rub his calf and grins that gravity has good manners again. Laughing in the city tastes different. There's relief in it, but also the bright taste of options. Unloading moves like a well-practiced hymn. Camels kneel with theatrical sighs. Porters shoulder the square moons one last time, and shopkeepers make space with that particular generosity born of self-interest and civilization. Slabs kiss floorboards, corners pad down so edges won't pick fights, and the counting man's chant marks the end of a road as precisely as the beginning. Payment arrives in a mix of shells, cloth, and usufruct promises. Tea tonight, coin tomorrow, a scribe's letter next week, and the captain's smile says the ledger will balance before sleep. Soap turns up sooner than expected, and its timing is perfect. A woman from the south unwraps cakes of black soap, shea butter and ash, soft and earthy, and the first lather on your hands carries hints of cocoa pod and smoke. Jokes write themselves. Trade salt for soap, so the desert can keep liking your company. A scholar chuckles nearby and buys a bar while remarking that clean hands show respect for the page as much as for the person. The exchange is exactly the kind you were promised. Soap and stories swapping places until nobody remembers which is currency and which is souvenir. Manuscripts emerge from leather wraps with the modesty of elders who don't need to perform their importance. Brown pages, some a honey tone, some the pale straw of ancient patience. Flecks at the edges where fingers have turned them 1,000 times. The binding smells of animal, smoke, and gum Arabic. The ink laughs quietly at the years, still black as night when the lamp behaves. Margins hold notes like whispered friendships. A date of copying, a prayer for the owner's children, a complaint about the price of paper that reads suspiciously like a joke. You recognize at once that these books are not decorations. They are working tools that earn their keep. Leather wrappers, those tidy satchels called tilfa or makla, hug the volumes with straps that can be tightened against dust as roughly or as tenderly as the owner's mood allows. A binder explains his craft without theatrics. Paste from hide glue, thread from twisted sinew or cotton, covers from goatskin trained to remember shape even when heat argues otherwise. Quirky detail sneaks in with a smile. Cloves or a touch of musk tucked in the wrapper aren't only for romance. Scent helps discourage insects and persuades the mind to associate reading with pleasure. Every sense allies with literacy here. Scholars welcome visitors in rooms that belong equally to tea, debate, and lists of things not to forget. One teacher sits at the head of a circle with two kinds of authority. Memorize texts and a household that can feed hungry students when the market sulks. A chain of transmission that elegant isnad is recited like an address across time. From this teacher to that, from that to a city with a minaret you can almost smell, and farther back until the line becomes a rope. You listen the way a sailor listens to rigging, because this is what keeps the ship upright. Lessons run on oil lamp and patience. A A student leans over a wooden board, copying a verse in ink born from soot and sugar, then washing the board later so the same surface can carry new wisdom tomorrow. A cousin substitutes ground gall for color, and the room fills with the comfortable smell of carbon and gum. Mainstream observation holds. Study here is oral and textual in equal parts, and the circle is the classroom, not the building. The building matters, but the building is not the teacher. Head counts drift like rumors, and their elasticity becomes tonight's academic sport. One traveler swears Timbuktu holds 50,000 souls by the smell of its ovens alone. Another insists market days trick the eye and that the settled number is far smaller. Gao gets similar treatment, some alleging royal sprawl and others a more compact dignity along the river. Historians are still debating population sizes for both towns across centuries, reminding everyone that travelers love large numbers the way poets love metaphors. The argument leaves no bruise. The city could not care less. Downriver talk arrives on an oars schedule. Boats from Jen and beyond bring cloth, paper, and rumor. Canoes drag wide bellies filled with fish that shine like coins in the dusk. Rivermen glance at your slabs with the appraising look of colleagues. They carry weight a different way, braced against current instead of dunes. Someone mentions Cabra, the port where river and town shake hands, and you file the name for later, content to savor this evening's inland confidence before you meet tomorrow's boat grammar. Boats on the Niger speak a dialect of logistics that makes equal sense once your ear adjusts. Planked hulls creak out sentences about cargo and channel. Paddlers keep meter the way a drummer keeps a wedding on time. Canoes park end-to-end like ideas lining up for debate. A porter tells you with the pride of a person who owns a strategy that saltboards low and leaves high, with cloth as a cushion, and you feel the river's plan begin to braid itself into your desert plan, which is polite because trade loves accords between elements. Courtyards hide libraries the way sand hides water, present, generous, and requiring the correct approach. A host lifts a leather flap and unrolls a catalog written in tidy script that lists titles like a calm boast. Jurisprudence, poetry, astronomy, grammar, history, each with commentaries and commentaries on the commentaries until humility is the only sensible reaction. A note in a book's colophon catches your eye. Copied by the poor servant of God on a day windy enough to question my ink. You love this city instantly for letting a human voice be a bookmark. Sankor at dusk feels like architecture practicing kindness. The mosque's courtyard cradles a dozen classes at once. Some negotiating Arabic meter, others unlocking legal puzzles using examples that smell suspiciously like today's market gossip. A teacher explains that the word university, useful to visitors, doesn't quite fit here. Instead, think of braided circles, teachers who certify students with Taghaza to teach specific texts, and a neighborhood of minds that knows where to find what it needs. Historians are still debating the analogies, and everyone nods, charmed by the humility of that sentence. Inks where biographies student scribes can recite without looking up. Soot from lamp black binds with gum Arabic and drinks a little sugar so it flows like good conversation. For red, powdered ochre or cinnabar appears. For gold, on high feast days, a brush licks at leaf and dares ornamentation. The practical magic is that these recipes forgive climate and travel. Quirky addition. Some pages carry a faint perfume not just for delight but to discourage pests and to make studying feel like a feast the mind might remember with its nose next year. Night raises its velvet and the city answers with an even brighter invitation to stay awake. Oil lamps multiply like constellations you can breathe, and across-town musicians take over courtyards, their strings explaining that learning needs a soundtrack. A scholar walks you to a low shelf and shows a book whose every margin is dense with family history. Childbirths, prices paid for grain the year the north wind sulked, the names of visiting jurists whose jokes still circulate. Books act as social media in cotton and leather, and you are elegantly, irresistibly tagged. Students carry wooden tablets home through narrow alleys where walls release the day's heat like careful sighs. A few mutter verses, turning corners with the cadence of memory. One pauses to wash his tablet in a basin so the next lesson can start clean. A grandmother has saved the rinse water and, with a tenderness made of both faith and habit, sets it aside as baraka for a sick neighbor. Nothing here surprises you anymore. Everything here delights you anyway. Networks cross from courtyard to caravan as easily as callers jump topics in a long friendship. News from Fez about a new commentary on logic arrives with a handwritten note. Whispers from Cairo say a certain merchant keeps scales that sing true. A friend from Wallata adds a rumor that the two at Oases have repaired their underground channels and are feeling smug about it. You realize that scholarship here is a form of trade and that trade here is a form of conversation. Goods and ideas sit at the same table and steal each other's stories. Claims about Timbuktu's wealth wander the square with the swagger of anecdotes that have stopped caring about evidence. Mansa Musa's pilgrimage still glitters in strangers' mouths. European maps have been known to exaggerate the gold until cartographers blush. Local scholars answer the hype with affectionate corrections. Yes, there is wealth. No, the streets are not paved with coins. Yes, the city is learned. No, learning is not a dragon's hoard, it is a dinner table with extra chairs. Historians are still debating how to quantify richness here, and meanwhile people get on with the business of being alive. Crowds thicken on market days in a way that would make census takers weep. Herds push, baskets tilt, and sandal sales go through the roof, which is impressive given that the roof is the sky. A scribe jokes that the city doubling every week is a mathematical certainty if we count visitors as citizens during lunch. Everybody laughs and purchases bread. The day performs abundance. The ledger writes modesty. Truth lives between, refusing to step out for portraits. Back rooms in scholars' houses become bookshops after the second tea. A young man unrolls paper from Tlemcen, fine enough to make a poet think in smoother lines. A woman displays a rare commentary by a jurist whose name carries weight like a carefully balanced scale. Prices get whispered because knowledge refuses auction voice. Payment might be coin or salt, or a promise to copy a third chapter for a cousin 2 months hence. Credit here tastes like trust and reads like a family tree. Later in the week, Gao receives your steps with a different rhythm. River louder, courtly manners closer to the surface, compounds laid out with a confidence that suggests somebody important may be watching. Markets cluster along wide streets, horses share gossip with camels about the price of prestige. Boatmen flirt with carriers of salt as if both knew they are part of the same boast told up and down the river. Mosque walls gleam under a fresh coat, and drums from the palace precinct travel farther than intended, which is what drums always do. Governance in Gao sits where spectacle meets spreadsheet. Officials with eyes trained to weigh as well as witness supervise a separate toll line for goods traveling farther east, and scribes pull long hours keeping the plural of favor safely plural. A rumor insists the city once sprawled farther downriver at a place older people call Gausani. Another rumor says no, the old footprint lies just beyond this bend. Historians are still debating site shifts and chronology here. And while the argument rehearses its lines, traders keep stepping to the window where receipts turn anxiety into schedules. Edges of the river host boatmakers who hold treaties with trees no one upriver dares disrespect. Planks, shaped by ads and understanding, find the curves that water complements. Tarps hang to catch shadows for later. A craftsman explains that boats remember the hand that made them and therefore prefer to be treated like relations rather than like tools. You vow silently to be kinder to your frame when the caravan turns again toward open sand. Scribes earn their bread with a dignity that turns pen strokes into sound. Reed nibs scratch, and an index finger smudged with black evaluates flow and patience. One copyist laughs that the colophon is the only place he gets to speak in his own voice, then shows you one that reads like a small poem. Written while the market argued with the wind. Forgive the sand in line 6. The humility makes the page more beautiful. The honesty makes the city more believable. Ink recipes travel with caravans like recipes for soup. In Gao, an old man adds a drop of date syrup to his mix, claiming it gives the letters a shine that discourages smearing and melancholy. Another, more ascetic, uses nothing but soot and a prayer, and his lines look like midnight when the lamps are 3 breaths from going out. Quirky tidbit rises with a grin. Some book owners rub a whisper of clove into the first page to persuade insects that piety is not edible. Purchases this week involve tiny scales that could weigh a rumor. Gold dust from the south sits in a leaf packet. The balance beam argues with itself and then concedes a price both buyer and seller can tell their cousins without embarrassment. Cowries pay for bread and mending. Cloth handles obligations that want to be seen. Salt moves the larger arithmetic. The tidy schoolbook exchange rate never appears because life refuses to be a word problem. Historians are still debating the averages. The square prefers particulars. Catalogs compiled by learned families list books that have traveled farther than many people. A grandmother reads titles as if they were grandchildren's names. Law, logic, commentaries on hadith, medicine, arithmetic, grammar, poetry that knows where to laugh and where to bow. She taps a leather spine and tells a story about a drought year when a single manuscript bought grain for a street. Paper here is grain stored as sentences. Debates under porticos run on kindness and caffeine. Two jurists parse a case involving a disputed well. A poet argues that a certain line in a famous verse ought to be sung softer. A merchant insists that weighing with bells in earshot makes for better decisions. None of it is theater. All of it is how the city calibrates conscience. Later, when the moon tips the roofs with borrowed silver, the arguments soften into songs because breath needs rest as much as brains do. Memory leaves fingerprints on the city the way wind leaves ripples on sand. Children practice letters on slates, wash them, and carry the wash water home where it waters a small lemon tree that everyone swears reads faster than other trees. A carpenter carves Tiffany into a threshold as both decoration and blessing, then dusts the grooves with indigo so the letters remember their shapes longer. Objects here participate in literacy. Doorways learn to speak. Bowls memorize poems by overhearing. Catalogers argue quietly, bookishly, about how to count a library. Does each commentary count as one, or do its glosses deserve their own tally? Are letters from dignitaries and receipts for copied chapters part of the sum or the footnotes? Historians are still debating the big numbers, hundreds of thousands, some say. Tens of thousands, others reply. But in the room the question turns sweet. More than enough to keep warm through a long harmattan. River breeze turns manuscript paper into a living thing again. Page edges lifting to sip air. A scholar demonstrates how to turn without scarring, palm under, fingers light, always lifting from the side that trusts you. The lesson feels like etiquette for conversation. You try it with a bravery that impresses nobody and are rewarded with a smile generous enough to file under inheritance. It sinks in that handling knowledge is a craft, not a metaphor. Evenings in both towns resolve into a pattern you now trust. Trade first, teaching after, tea always. By the third pour, everyone's voice carries a polished patience, and a story arrives that stitches city to dessert. How a caravan once returned books to a family after wind scattered both goods and plans. How a scribe donated a copy to a mosque and the colophon kept the whole neighborhood fed with pride for a season. You let these narratives file themselves among your ribs where important tools stay. Shelves of stitched notebooks flare your curiosity toward the practical. Inventory books for caravans, lists of wells with distances recorded in sleeps and sips, a page of star names with crude little drawings that look like a child got hold of astronomy and decided to be helpful. That last page reads like last night's journey sung in ink, and you feel a small ache of gratitude for how well the world can organize itself when people choose to help one another remember. Quirky truth finds you as a bookseller closes shop. He folds a scrap of leather around the day's earnings, ties it with a violet thread, and tucks it into a niche just above a stack of jurisprudence. Money behaves better in the company of law, he says, then winks. Humor, it seems, is a universal solvent for worry, and you carry an extra dose out of his doorway into a lane that still glows like a low ember. Finally, the edge of night arrives soft as a friend's shawl, and the caravan's camp at the city's lip gathers its own lamps like a small constellation considering sleep. Frames lie in a tidy row, straps relax, and your shoulders wear a serenity that feels earned. Tomorrow may ask you to ferry slabs toward the river and listen to new advice from boatmen. The week after may send you down to Gao again with a letter folded into a leather tube. For now, the pages you touched, the soap you traded, the jokes you learned, and the arguments you admired settle into the same comfortable pile at the foot of your mind's bed. Cities have taught you that salt buys more than taste. It buys time for learning, space for fairness, and nights that end with lamps turned low over pages that still smell like patience. Dawn lowers a cool palm across the city while a long, steady call unspools from the minaret and braids itself through camel bells, sparrow chatter, and the soft slap of sandals on Banco streets. A muezzin's voice, curved by the same wind that files dunes smooth, turns the morning into a promise you can keep. Traders who haggled late sit up straighter. Porters adjust straps as if a meter has started. A scribe caps his ink with a smile that says, later. The caravan exhales once, listens, and then arranges itself into the day's first line that has nothing to do with commerce and everything to do with cadence. Water jars shuffle forward, and ablutions become choreography tuned to scarcity and grace. Hands rinse dust without wasting it. Faces receive coolness like advice. Forearms and feet accept small baptisms that feel exactly measured. When the queue shortens and the jar's voice grows hollow, someone lays a clean cloth on the ground, presses palms and forehead lightly into the sand, and performs tayammum with a courtesy the earth seems to enjoy. Mainstream knowledge lives right here in the morning light. The law makes allowances for travelers and for dry places. Wash with water when there is enough. Touch clean earth when there is not. And across centuries this desert has run on that kind of realism. Rows settle in the sand without fuss, bodies aligning toward a direction as precise as a memory. Qibla is found not by argument but by craft. At night, a star's position taught the line. By day, the sun and the shadow of a stick handle the arithmetic. In the city, a niche in the mosque, carved, painted, or simply disciplined clay, remembers for everyone. A small brass Qibla finder occasionally appears, its needle and scale humming a tune learned from geometry, but most mornings it stays in its pouch. Knowledge here prefers to ride in people. Tools are honored guests rather than landlords. Prayer folds the noisy square into manageable rooms. First bow, then prostration. First praise, then request. First community, then ambition. The captain that negotiated tolls yesterday stands shoulder to shoulder with a porter who made everyone laugh. Rank evaporates for the length of a few breaths. When the last salam spreads outward like water poured from a cup, the day resumes with better manners. Mainstream reality hides in plain sight. Devotion paces labor, and schedules ride the call to prayer like boats ride the current. Drums answer the minaret with their own grammar, a set of calls that rule the road without stealing its soul. 2 quick taps mean check straps. A fat roll means shade soon. A syncopated knock means narrow the line for a tricky descent. In towns, drumming announces market openings and festival evenings. On the march, it is logistics set to skin. A veteran jokes that the drum is the caravan's second muezzin. One keeps time with heaven, the other with hooves. The wit lands because it is true sound gives direction when sight is busy. Contracts rehearse themselves under awnings as trade wakes up. Bismillah opens the agreement. Hands shake around a number, and a thin reed pen writes the promise where memory might be tempted to get fancy. Oaths, wallahi. By God bind people who would prefer never to meet a judge. The market inspector, mutasib by trade and peacemaker by habit, walks the row of scales with the calm of someone who knows exactly how much a stone should weigh and how much dignity a correction ought to leave behind. Mainstream history sits in the ledger. Islamic commercial law, carried by scholars and caravans, helps standardize weights, mediate disputes, and keep markets boring in the best possible way. Hospitality steps out from behind jurisprudence and takes a bow at the zawiya, a lodge where travelers find tea, counsel, and a corner of shade with no questions asked. Charity here is organized, not haphazard. A waqf endowment keeps pots full and roofs tight, and the register of guests reads like a river of names. Pilgrims, traders, scribes, shepherds with news. Everyone knows where the generous walls are and what language to speak at the threshold. Gratitude, always. A jurist quotes a line about the rights of the wayfarer, and the pot boils as if to applaud. Schedules pay attention to the moon as well as to the sun, and sometimes the moon asks for gentler hours. Traveling in Ramadan turns discipline into a friend that carries you, not a duty that scolds you. Sir before dawn tastes like strategy. The fast tastes like a promise held lightly. Iftar arrives with dates and water that break open the day like a solved riddle. Exemptions ride with the caravan. Travelers may postpone the fast, but many still keep it because rhythm makes rest sweeter. Historians are still debating how uniformly caravan crews observed fasting across places and centuries. Yet every version of the story agrees on this. Nobody begrudges a neighbor the easier lawful path. Fridays alter the desert's punctuation. If the line reaches an oasis with a mosque, commerce bows early and Jumu'ah takes the stage. A khatib speaks from a wooden minbar that smells like resin and sunshine. The sermon touches mercy, fairness, and sometimes water rights with a frankness that makes ledgermen nod. When Allahu Akbar closes the Book of Noon, the week's accounts open again, reinforced by the reminder that profit and piety share a backbone. Some Fridays the caravan prays on the open plain if a town is too far. The law is comfortable with that, and the sand holds the footprints as if taking notes. Disputes here prefer arbitration to drama, and religion provides both vocabulary and venue. A quarrel over a chipped slab becomes a case. Witnesses speak, the mutasib tests a weight, the Kua with Macron or respected elder proposes compensation that feels fair enough to become a proverb. No one loves losing face. Everyone loves sleeping. A little charity at the end closes the ledger with a better aftertaste than victory could. Mainstream truth looks simple in the afternoon shade. Rules reduce risk, and mercy reduces repair costs. Night travel resumes with prayer woven into its beginning like a bright thread. A short halt lets the line form on the sand one more time. The stars stand witness. The hush turns the words into architecture. Direction returns as devotion's practical twin. Face this way to pray, says the guide, and that way to walk, and both sentences depend on the same sky. When the last Amin floats away, the drum calls the next beat and the caravan slides forward, breath synced to bells and intention. Sufi circles sometimes gather at an oasis courtyard after the second tea. The air cooled to polite conversation by adobe and prayer. A quiet arka, often Qadariya along these routes, sits for Diker, repeating God's names in a rhythm that sands down whatever pride the market polished too eagerly. A visitor mentions a different order that will grow famous much later, the Tijaniya, and elders nod that roads braid centuries together as easily as they braid oases. Historians are still debating the reach and timing of specific Sufi networks across the Sahara, but no one doubts the soft infrastructure they build. Hospitality, schooling, and a habit of letting generosity lead. Boundaries between sacred and ordinary behave like a friendly border where customs officials share tea. A mosque may front a market. A prayer may interrupt a price. A lesson on jurisprudence may reference goats with comic accuracy. The mingling doesn't dilute. It directs. A merchant decides against shaving a measure a finger width because he doesn't want to hear the mutasib's good-humored lecture again. A porter returns a borrowed strap before dawn because he wants the due of the old woman who loaned it in the first place. Conscience here has address and hours of operation. Festival days arrive with garlic and laughter. Deep prayers spread a bright carpet across the square. Kids run reconnaissance on pastries. Men straighten indigo and white. Women stack trays until generosity becomes architecture. Gifts fly, dates, cloth, a small knife that claims to have a great-grandfather, and the captain buys a tiny bell for the leader camel for baraka and style. Quirky fact makes the round of jokes. Someone perfumes a saddle so that the animal, too, can attend the feast properly. Business pauses, but it does not vanish. It simply admires itself in a more flattering mirror. Amulets peep from pockets and straps with an honesty that makes theory shrug. Little leather packets, carry Kernick verses written by careful hands. Blue glass beads wink from a braid. A silver pendant shaped like a compass rose makes the wearer stand taller. Scholars debate permissibility with nuance. Verses honored? Yes. Superstitions that replace trust? No. Historians are still debating how widespread certain practices were and how strictly jurists enforced their views from town to town. The lived reality is tidy. Faith plus craft equals courage, and the desert tends to respect courage. Sound becomes map more decisively when sight is confused. In dust-laden twilight, the muezzins call acts like a lighthouse. Under a fat moon, the drum's code unspools, telling the back of the line what the front already knows. Even the cadence of recitation, long vowels like slow steps, short ones like quick corrections, teaches the lungs how to behave. A veteran jokes that the kern is also a breathing manual, and when laughter fades the line walks easier. Conscience doubles as compass in smaller dealings too. Zakat leaves the ledger and lands as grain for a widow, cloth for a student, a cooking pot for a stranger who arrived with nothing but a name and a blessing. The poor traveler's right isn't a suggestion. It is infrastructure, and it strengthens the road as surely as a repaired well. Mainstream knowledge folds into the routine. Alms and endowments helped keep these trade corridors alive, buying stability with kindness when coin alone would have failed. Scholars tilt the conversation toward tempo while the third tea cools. One argues that Islam moved across trade corridors quickly, the fabric of markets and law changing color in a few generations. Another speaks for slower dye, saturating unevenly, with elites adopting first, customs later, and countryside last. Historians are still debating the speed and depth of conversion across the Sahel and Sahara, and the fact that the debate remains honest keeps everyone from carving certainty into stone that once was salt. Your evidence walks past carrying water. Piety and pragmatism link arms in the same body, and both keep miles from getting lonely. Roadside ethics are taught in short parables that remember last week. A porter who found a coin returned it with no witnesses and earned 3 job offers. A trader who mixed fresh slabs with old edges at the bottom of a stack got a visit from the mutasib and a reputation that bites harder than brine. Story replaces signage because memory prefers characters to policies. The effect is measurable. Scales seem to behave better after dinner when the stories are told with extra laughter. Evening prayer settles inside the camp with a gravity that turns chatter into witness. A boy calls the adhan for practice. His voice cracks. The camp grins without cruelty. After the prostrations, a grandfather recites a brief due for clean wells and soft wind. Cups pass like punctuation. Someone quotes a verse about fairness where measures are used. The drum waits until the last Amin, then taps the signal for sorting loads by tomorrow's route. Direction, moral and geographic, stays braided so tightly you stop trying to separate strands. Silence after prayer is not empty. It is a room with windows open to everything you walked through today. A scale pans in your mind, and you find that justice is simply balance learned by hands. A bell tone holds steady, and you discover that patience has pitch. A child repeats a new word from a lesson, and you feel your own feet memorize a better way to cross a dune. In that quiet, choices rehearse themselves for tomorrow, already promising to choose the slower, kinder version if it still gets everyone there. Night chooses a softer drum, and the line clouds into darkness like ink diffusing in a bowl. Stars shoulder their responsibilities one by one. The guide picks a bright point that knows how to stay. The muezzin's earlier melody thins into memory and becomes a metronome you carry behind the heart. Ethics and navigation refuse to be separate disciplines. Face this way for prayer, walk that way to water, deal this way with money, speak this way in anger. The desert whispers, and none of it feels like a sermon anymore, only like coordinates. Rumor, a necessary spice, adds one last pinch before sleep. Someone says Akuawith Macron and Gao ruled brilliantly on a case involving a drowned cargo and a stubborn boatman. Someone else murmurs that a scholar in Jen composed a treatise on how to measure the Qibla with shadows for people who don't like stars. A third reports that an Oasis upriver just reopened a Zawiya kitchen after an endowment ripened. Historians are still debating precise attributions for many of these innovations, but the debates ride politely behind the fact that the road keeps working. Moonlight tests edges on stacked slabs, and the salt glows like a paragraph you have read many times and still find useful. The drum lies on its side. The prayer rug sleeps rolled. The little brass Qibla finder dozes in its pouch. The muezzin's throat is quiet, yet the camp keeps its balance as if all those instruments were still playing. Tomorrow the route will lean toward river or dune based on news from a messenger and a verse remembered at breakfast. Either way, the day will begin with a call and a line, proceed with taps and rests, and end with a turning of palms to the sky that makes the ledger close more gracefully than numbers alone can manage. Morning leans over Timbuktu's market with a polished brightness, and the square answers by laying out scales as if setting a table for precision. Bell metal pans gleam, chords stop fidgeting, and the first greetings travel in circles until every face remembers the names that make buying go faster and arguing go slower. The caravan's salt sits stacked like square moons along one edge, but attention tilts southward now, toward a currency that refuses to be loud. Gold arrives as dust, rides in packets, slips like sunlight from a quill, and buys not only cloth and horses but time. In lessons, in safety, in futures you can actually schedule. Wang-era brokers drift into view with the composed gait of people who already know the price everyone will agree to after 3 cups of tea. Their clothes red as journeys. Indigo veils kissed by wind, woven cotton that remembers forest rains, leather wallets that smell faintly of cola and river mud. Language announces lineage, Mande rhythms folded into Songhai and Arabic, and the first jokes arrive like scouts for trust. A broker touches his chest and gives his name, then names the town behind him, then names the teacher who vouched for him, and you realize introductions here are braided like routes. Brokers in this square perform 2 miracles by routine. They make forest and desert shake hands, and they turn dust into decisions. A flat board appears, blackened smooth by generations of arithmetic. A small balance unfolds like an instrument that believes in order. And a pouch of dust, the warm color of late sunlight, takes the stage without fanfare. Nobody rushes. A single sneeze would be a bankruptcy event, but everyone has learned excellent manners. You feel your breath practice the discipline of being quiet. Tiny brass weights come out of a carved box and line up like dignitaries attending a private coronation. Some are simple seeds of metal with numbers ticked in dots. Others, from the Akan world farther south, throw a party. Geometric lozenges, turtles, birds, little stools, proverbs masquerading as mass. A trader tells you one weight means, the one who climbs a good tree gets a push. Another, the crocodile lives in the water but breathes air. And you recognize finance disguised as philosophy. The set is more than a toolkit. It is a memory palace you can balance on a fingernail. Scales settle into their first negotiation as dust trickles from a slim tube with a patience that makes time sweet. The Wang-era broker holds a featherweight scoop, half quill, half spoon, and lets grains slide like polite rain into the pan until the beam floats level. Your eyes learn a new unit. Not ounces, not handfuls, but the suspended breath between enough and just enough. Mainstream reality stands there in quiet shoes. For centuries, gold dust in the forest belt and along Sahel markets behaves like everyday money, and accuracy lives in wrists and witnesses. Dust acquires manners under good light. Grain size betrays origin stories. Fine flour from Bure and Bambuk fields in the old western zones. Slightly coarser from Akan streams where sieves whisper through gravel. Rumors claim experts can smell differences, though the square prefers scales to noses. A merchant taps the pan lightly and the beam trembles, then decides to believe the weight. Someone smiles because that tremble is how precision looks when it is happy. Skepticism is welcome, melodrama is not. Quills become choreography in fingers that grew up on arithmetic. A broker shows you how the cut reads edge gathers specks like a tiny horizon, then pours with a tilt you copy, clumsy at first, less clumsy after the second pour. No one breathes near the pan unless invited. When a grain escapes to the board, a small brush, camel hair bound into a knot, not only herds it home but also calms everyone watching. You realize the tool is also a tone. Boxes for gold ride in leather that laughs at dryness. A kudwa, cast brass vessel from Akan towns, sits heavy, lion-headed and smug, a safe with a handle and folklore for hinges. Plainer boxes do the same work without bragging, lined with cloth that refuses to shed lint. A Wang-era partner keeps his weights in a sliding lid case carved with patterns that double as inventory. 1 diamond for the mythical, 2 for the half, smaller marks down to weights that would hum if you could hear small enough. Organization here is a love language. Weights whisper across cultures while the beam decides. In the forest belt, Akan gold weights, Abramuo, standardize households and courts. In Sahel towns, mythical-based sets keep conversations compatible with the wider Islamic trade world. The result is harmony more than uniformity, and brokers serve as musicians who can play in both keys. Historians are still debating how tightly the standards matched across centuries and regions, but the market has already solved the practical part. If both parties leave smiling, the conversion rate was correct enough. Language itself counts as collateral. A Wang-era trader flips easily from Mande to Arabic to Songhai, and when a bottle of grammar runs low, he tops it off with proverbs. Trust walks where reputation paid the road. he says, easing everyone past the awkward moment when numbers first appear. Gold dust has many cousins, he adds, meaning quality drifts with rivers and rumors, so you match weight to story, not story to weight. You recognize the long-term business model. Be the person whose sentences lower blood pressure. Under an awning that smells like shade, cola nuts glow with the bitter promise of focus. They arrive from the forest belt in woven baskets and become their own currency at certain hours. 1 nut to seal a small favor, 2 to escort a rumor, a handful to keep a porter's morale shiny. Wang-era networks carry cola and Islam together so often that jokes pair them as twins. Mainstream knowledge nods. These brokers ride religious and commercial roads at once, and both arrive in a circle of tea. Across the square, a scholar grins and puts the tidy schoolbook claim on trial. Gold for salt, ounce for ounce. Everyone laughs because the slogan tastes delicious and fails every exam. Prices here wobble with season, security, distance, and the mood of a river or a sultan's cousin. Historians are still debating average ratios for particular centuries. The ledger today insists on particulars. You watch dust trickle, weight rise, and 2 faces conclude that fairness has a color somewhere between gray and gold. Beside the salt stacks sits a man with a palette of clays and charcoal, painting tiny marks on paper that will travel as promises. Saftaja, hawala, names for trust written down so that money can walk without sweating. The Wang-era broker signs with a flourish that looks like a river changing its mind. A scribe dries the ink with a wave of cardboard that knew figs in a former life. Reputation still handles most of the load, but paper gives it a companion that thieves cannot drink like water. Stories about origins become another market where everyone trades politely. Some say Wang-era names a people from the old Sonic world tied to the Ghana Empire's shadows. Others insist it labels a profession. The diaspora of Dialis/Jula traders fanning into the forest belt and building towns like Kong and Buna. Chronicles mention Wang-era as a country you can point toward but never arrive at. Oral accounts braid families across maps like rivers at flood. Historians are still debating the identities and geography behind that word, and the debate itself acts like a road sign that says, slow down, context crossing. Chronicles written farther north place goldfields in phrases that jostle modern maps. Bure, Bambuk, Galam, names that march like drums, sit west of the Niger Bend, while Akan sources sing of Bono/Bago, Denkaira, and streams wearing a heavier jewelry of dust. Converting those poems into latitudes will keep scholars warm for generations. The square today does something simpler. If a packet smells of leaves and river, treat it with the respect of distance well-traveled and apply the test of scales. Your wrists, not your calendar, earn wages. Southward rumor wraps itself in people with luggage shaped like cities. A Jula man mentions Banduku's mosques and markets where Arabic calligraphy shares walls with carved doors that know Tifanak. Another praises Kong, a trading city knit by Diala families whose schools teach both Quran and credit. The forest edge is not a line but a conversation. Cola swept north, salt and cloth swept south, and gold dust in the middle learning to talk to everyone. You start to picture a map made of hospitality. Bago rises in stories as a town of courtyards and scales, a Bono place where gold acts like citizen and elder at once. Traders from the north describe weighing on boards darkened by years of careful spills, with Akan weights laid out like a proverb you can touch. A quirk brightens the tale. Some weights take animal shapes and stand for sayings that double as advice to buyers. Patience like a crocodile, steadiness like a tortoise. Finance and folklore sip from the same bowl, and nobody is thirsty. Banduku glints on another tongue. A town of many mosques, schools with lessons that start before dawn. Markets that mix Diala cloth talk with Akan gold talk, and Sanufo would talk without ever raising voices. A woman there is said to sew pouches so tight that even a rumor cannot escape. You file that skill under assets. The brokers are proud of towns where trade does not need a shout to be safe. Kong occupies a paragraph in every Wang-era mouth. A place where merchant families turned routes into neighborhoods and logic into lunch. Courts there settled disputes with a mixture of Quranic law and local practice, and caravans planned into new weeks with the leisurely confidence of people who expect to survive their own competence. Some say Kong was founded by Daila lineages who brought Islam as they brought scales. Others argue for layers of founding, older settlements dressed in new names. Historians are still debating the earliest footprints in Kong's soil. The gold dust today doesn't mind. It only obeys beams and promises. Networks look less like roads and more like kin. A broker introduces you to a cousin who handled cola last season in the air. That cousin mentions an aunt whose courtyard in Jen houses a library where paper learns to smell like leather and smoke. Letters travel as folded trust. Favors travel as tea that arrives one night earlier than expected. The invisible roads are the ones that get used most. Currency here wears a wardrobe. Gold dust buys long decisions, cloth buys visible favors, cowries handle daily bread, and salt pays the bill for distances too honest to be cheap. Silver coins drift in like visiting cousins with shiny manners. A dinar shows up once and makes everyone pretend for a minute. The unit that matters most, though, is reputation, the only tender the desert refuses to devalue. Mainstream truth sits grinning behind the scales. Money is a human agreement dressed in metal and stories. Etiquette keeps accidents from becoming tragedies. Nobody breathes over the pan. Sleeves get rolled and tied. Sneezes are sent to a neutral corner with comic solemnity. When a gust lifts, hands descend onto papers and pouches the way mothers quiet a startled child. A kettle moves closer because nerves are easier to weigh with sugar in them. You realize you are learning a ritual more than a technique, and rituals survive storms better than instructions do. Risk audits everything without killing the mood. Thieves exist, but they prefer amateurs. Tolls bother the impatient more than the careful. Rivers sometimes sulk. Politics sometimes decides it would like to be weather. Wang-era brokers reduce variance with cousins, mosques, and ledger lines, insurance written in kinship and prayer. A story circulates about a caravan saved by a letter from an imam in a city hundreds of miles away. The letter weighed nothing and moved like cavalry. Evening pours longer shadows, and the scales keep working in rooms made of lamp glow. A broker shows you how to reweigh after a rest. The dust dries or clumps with humidity, and the beam's memory must be refreshed without insulting anyone's arithmetic. The gesture is courtesy disguised as checking. A child peeks in to watch the ceremony and is rewarded with a proverb instead of a coin. The lesson spends better in the long run. Before sleep, the square reheats its gossip, and debates stand up for one last stretch. Was the medieval Wang era that Arab geographers praised the same network that later families called Jula/Daila? Or are we pinning one label on multiple generations of cleverness? Did the earliest gold for Saharan trade flow mostly from Bambuk and Bouré in the west before Akan fields took the baton and sprinted? Or did the streams braid earlier than we think? Historians are still debating the timing and balance, and the joy in the room is that doubt feels like a friend who refuses to lie. Scribes tuck into corners like cats and start turning today into tomorrow. Notes get folded, sealed with gum and a pinch of sand that keeps the paper from kissing its neighbor too hard. Names get written as if they would be needed in a decade, not just at the next checkpoint. The Wang-era broker finishes a letter to a partner in Jen with a line that reads like weather. May the road think of us kindly. You imagine a map that smiles. Debate reaches beyond maps and touches methods. Some scholars claim the gold dust money of Akan towns was standardized to a degree that makes modern accountants purr. Others point out that even the best weighted sets depended on local consensus and the honesty of the person pouring. Historians are still debating how precise precision was when rivers and human moods were part of the instrument. The quill, not the myth, runs the show tonight. Memory files what the day taught into drawers your body can find later. Quill tilt equals trust. Beam level equals breath. Proverb equals clause in a contract. Cola equals rehearsal for patience. Ledger equals bridge. The Wang-era brokers blend cleric with accountant, cousin with courier, storyteller with auditor. You suspect they sleep well not because they own gold but because they own procedures that still like them in the morning. Finally, the lamps thin and the square becomes a constellation of last thoughts. A broker wraps weights in cloth and thanks the day aloud. A porter yawns the kind of yawn that admits to pride. The caravan's slabs glimmer like faithful punctuation at the end of a long sentence. Tomorrow you may follow a courier toward Cabra's boats, where dust and salt share space with reeds and oars, or you may turn west to a new square where the same scale sings in a slightly different key. Either way, your palms remember that warm glint a quill left there, and your mind remembers this quieter certainty. In a world that bluffs often, balance still chooses truth one grain at a time. Morning at Cabra tastes like damp rope and sun-warmed clay, and the first thing the river teaches is how to exhale without losing your balance. Low banks, pocked by goat hooves and human plans, slope toward water the color of well-brewed tea. Porters step down from desert pace into river grammar, shorter strides, softer knees, eyes rehearsing the physics of floating after weeks of perfecting the physics of carrying. Boats wait in a loose crescent like punctuation, ready to turn your salt sentences into something a current can read. Along the mud ramp, distance converts itself into angle. Slabs ride on frames to the lip where earth gives up and water begins, and that is where the dance starts. One person in the boat, one in the shallows, one handing across the world's squarest cargo as if the river were a stern librarian who prefers neat margins. Canoes sit belly flat, hollowed from trunks and, when ambition outgrew diameter, heightened with extra strakes sewn or pegged along the rim. Planks shine with oil, ropes remember old knots, and every gesture prioritizes trim, not drama. Too much weight aft and the boat sulks. Too much forward and it auditions as a fountain. Between pole and paddle the river decides which verb to prefer. Where water shrugs off sandbars, long poles press the bed and send hulls forward with a grace that makes paddles look like polite options. On deeper stretches, paddles take over, spoon-shaped at the end, wrists turning as if persuading water rather than commanding it. A sail sometimes appears on forgiving reaches, a triangle of matting or cloth that puffs like a satisfied chest, harnessing wind that learned its manners on dunes. Nothing here is theatrical. Everything is efficient. Canoes and barges do not prize heroics. They prize arrangement. Slabs lie in a flat mosaic, heaviest along the keel, lighter toward the bow, cloth bundles and date baskets filling negative spaces like friendly advice. A boatman squints, shifts 2 slabs the width of a prayer bead, and the hull changes its mind about complaining. The river repays such attention by inventing fewer surprises, and your shoulders, delighted, realize that balance wears 2 dialects, sand and water, and both are fluent in mercy. Balance remains the only superstition nobody mocks. Feet find the stance boatmen prefer, heels quiet, toes slightly speaking to one another. Knees soft as a promise. Hands low, not high, because gravity enjoys gossip and must be kept out of earshot. A gourd sits ready to bail the affectionate splash the crew calls the river's kiss. And a jar of oil pacifies every squeak where it rubs ambition. Quirky tip from a veteran. A smear of shea on pole palms at breakfast persuades blisters to postpone their plans. Songs rise with the poles because rhythm saves wrists the way it saved ankles on dunes. A leader calls, the crew answers, syllables fitted to the distance between thrust and glide. Verses list currents that keep promises, sandbars that behave like sleepy crocodiles, and towns that play fair. Humor sneaks in. A complaint from a fish, a boast from a paddle. And the river loves it all because laughter weighs nothing and improves balance. Before long your shoulders hum the tune, and the boat moves as if someone taught it manners. Bozo boatman, long rooted around the Niger and its inland delta. Red water the way desert guides red stars. By ripple angle, by bird patterns, by the brown-on-brown hieroglyphs of depth. Samono crews, kin to Songhai worlds, manage cargo and current with a confidence born from calendars that rotate between net and paddle, between dry season skeleton water and the swollen kindness of flood months. Mainstream reality tucks itself into this scene without fanfare. The river's boat cultures are not footnotes to caravan history. They are the southern half of the same sentence. Cabra itself acts like a hinge with a biography written in mud and argument. Chronicles and oral lines disagree about who first cut or cleared the channel linking Timbuktu and this port. Some say a king of Mali, others an Askia of Songhai, still others later rulers who realize Silt is a more relentless politician than any courtier. Historians are still debating the dating, depth, and continuity of those canals, including whether the port sometimes shifted upriver to Dire or elsewhere when the river changed its mind. The only certainty a porter needs is today's water level and the angle of the boat's smile. Downstream, the inland delta spreads like a paragraph that forgot where to stop. Channels braid, floodplains exhale fish and sedges, and villages ride higher ground like islands that know better than to brag. Boatmen wayfind by heron and by hippo trail, by the tug of current at a pole tip, and by the memory of sand underfoot when last year's flood behaved differently. The desert taught stars. The river teaches birds, and your attention learns how to swim. Exchanges happen midstream as easily as on a bank. Canoes nose together, crews throw lines and jokes, and trade proceeds with the diplomacy of people who know capsizing is a boring way to end a story. Fish, smoked, dried, sun-glossed, arrives in reliable stacks. Rice comes in woven baskets. Pottery clinks like patient bells, and salt quietly anchors every conversation among goods. A woman in a palm frond hat tests the edge of a slab with a fingernail and nods, then swaps 2 baskets and a coil of rope for a square moon that will keep her village's fish honest for weeks. Governance floats here too, not merely as rumor. When the Songhai Empire stretched confidently along the Niger, patrol boats and toll huts turned river motion into organized revenue. Later powers tried the same choreography, and the water humored them as long as taxes remembered to be reasonable. Mainstream history points gently. Control of the river's traffic wasn't decoration. It was policy, pride, and payroll, with boats serving as bureaucrats who also knew a good eddy when they saw one. Hazards, to their credit, introduced themselves. Hippos surface with a sound designed to rearrange priorities. Crews read eddies for the signature of a broad back and steer with the kind of respect that does not involve speeches. Crocodiles drift like poorly motivated logs, and everyone pretends not to notice, which is usually the correct approach in polite society. Storms prefer suddenness. Wind first, then impatient chop. So tarps lash down, loads hunker, and headcloths tie tighter to keep grit from auditioning as spice. Loading on the bank becomes choreography learned from both dune and deck. Planks bridge the uncertain zone. A porter at each end holds the negotiation steady. The slab travels from shoulder to hand to hull with a pause that tests trim. A small boy, promoted from spectator to helper, fetches the calabash scoop and is paid in a proverb that will buy him better balance later. Nothing looks spectacular. Everything looks safe. Names painted or scratched into prow boards keep boats in a good mood. One answers to patient wind, another to hippo's cousin, a third to second thought, which is frankly the best name for anything that carries risk. A little water poured over the bow blesses the first meter of the day. Nobody calls it magic. Everyone calls it manners. A giggle escapes when a goat bleats from a deck and the crew insists the extra passenger counts as luck. Ferries stitched from planks and patients yawn and swallow without complaint. Carts, donkeys, and the pride of keeping one's sandals dry share a platform that moves at the speed of sensible caution. The ferry refuses to hurry because the river refuses to be bullied. The waiting area turns into a market with sudden confidence. Small sweets, strap mending, news that costs only attention. A woman sells sesame cakes that taste like optimism and leave your pockets feeling respected. Letters travel by water with as much ceremony as salt. A leather tube tucks under a strap. A page rides inside smelling faintly of gum, Arabic, and ink, and somewhere downriver a cousin will meet it with tea. Scholars carry baskets wrapped like mysteries, and when lamps glow under a boat's awning at night, someone reads aloud to keep fear from inventing monsters. A few pages pick up a river accent despite their covers, and a scribe swears books, like people, learn to speak the places that carry them. Moonlight on the delta turns channels into mirror ink. Lines of silver tremble on dark water. Frogs discuss politics, and a bird with a laugh-shaped call patrols a reed edge like a gossip. A pole bites, a paddle whispers, and the crew continues its conversation with current. Where have you been? What are your intentions? Will you treat us kindly if we treat you like a teacher? River night isn't desert night. It is busy, but politely, like a library that lets fish speak. Craft sneaks into every corner because equipment here must be helpful first, pretty later. A reed bundle stashed under the thwart becomes an emergency float if confidence exceeds hull capacity. A calabash sliced to a crescent scoops water faster than any hand. A coil of fiber rope, stained dark from a lifetime of usefulness, remembers which knots cooperate when wet without treating that memory like gossip. A veteran taps each peg with a rhythm that could tune a drum and declares the boat ready to believe in you. Seasons make and unmake roads with the authority of editors. Flood months lift villages into temporary archipelagos. Receding water draws muddy lanes that later harden into honest paths. Food behaves like a guest with schedule and opinions. Rice generous after flood but moody in lean years. Fish experimenting with escape artistry. Herd skirting new edges where ground pretends to be ground and turns out to be a rumor. Jen's market adjusts with the grace of a dancer who knows the band might change songs mid-step. Mainstream knowledge nods along. The inland delta becomes a machine for abundance when respected and a riddle when not. Pilots red birds the way desert guides red stars. Egrets stand like punctuation on sandbars delighted to embarrass newcomers. Pelicans circle where fish panic. Thin dust above reads hints at a path where hooves passed and hooves imply depth by refusing to drown. Clouds draft the near future in graphite at the horizon, and smells file reports. Wet clay whispers caution. Hot silt suggests confidence. Green rot announces a shortcut with a fee. No committee wrote these rules. Everyone obeys them. Rumor on the water shares the same nutrition profile as rumor on the sand. A pilot heard a toll upstream relaxed after a stern conversation involving a cousin and a ledger. A scribe repeats that a library in Jen found a trunk of damp but salvageable pages and now smells like victory and cloves. A fisherman reports that hippos hold evening meetings in a bend where no one attends without a plan. None of it is actionable alone. All of it combines into a map that keeps judgment honest. Salt expands its resume the moment it steps ashore. In kitchens it trains stews to keep their voices. In dye pits it persuades indigo to stop flirting with every piece of cloth. In curing sheds it convinces fish to stay edible while the river plots another season. Quirky microfact insists on attention. Some dyers swear a pinch of well salt richer in certain minerals fixes color faster, while a cook swears meat salted at night tastes kinder than meat salted at noon. None of this writes a treatise. All of it writes dinner. Porters who thought they were done discover new edges of their craft on boat days. Planks wobble where dunes were firm, and the word for balance learns a watery accent. A frame becomes a tray, a shoulder becomes a fulcrum, and joking returns as a tool, not a pastime. Laughter shortens the nervous distance between shore and deck. Boatmen, amused by desert legs discovering river ankles, demonstrate a stance with feet not parallel but conversing, toes aiming slightly inward like people sharing a secret without spilling it. Scribes in Timbuktu note river moods alongside prices, because seasonal arithmetic changes everything. A narrow channel means fewer slabs per boat and earlier departures. A generous flood means wider smiles but stricter schedules as towns demand prompt deliveries before heat claims the day. Mainstream knowledge anchors the habit. The Niger is a seasonal machine, not a straight line, and trade works best when calendars are humble enough to ask water for advice. Anchors humble themselves too. Stones tied in forgiving nets hold boats without picking fights. Pegs wedge slabs temporarily against shifting moods. Reed screens turn too much sun into just enough shade. Narrow ladders refuse to throw children into arrogance by pretending to be bridges. A jar of ash sits beside the oil, ready to make a cleaning paste that blesses wood rather than scolding it. The technology here is not impressive. It is loyal. When the river runs low, boats scrape truths you cannot ignore. Poles strike bottom where last month they did not. Channels narrow like stories under skeptical cross-examination. Sandbars teach nerves to do arithmetic. Crews lighten loads by half a slab's width and compensate by traveling earlier, later, slower, better. It's the same logic the dunes taught under different lighting. The desert and the river both reward people who listen before they command. Calendars tie themselves to flood like belts you can adjust without waking them. Flood arrival means fishing turns lucrative, rice turns proud, and transport turns complicated. Flood retreat means pastures invite hooves and channels invite confidence again. Cabra's shoreline shifts its furniture accordingly. Mooring posts move, ramps change angle, and the market grows gills or hooves as needed. People complain with affection the way families do when furniture migrates by itself. Memory stores river skills in muscles that didn't have names yesterday. The hand that learned to test straps now learns to test current with a single submerged knuckle. The ear that learned bell intervals now hears eddies negotiate with hulls. The eye that measured dune edges now reads the river's subtle typography, as if someone wrote it for you privately. Every competence adopts a sibling. Your body becomes a mixed library that nonetheless files anything you give it where you can reach it at night. Scholars on boats remain scholars with admirable stubbornness. A teacher traveling to Jen marks the Qibla on deck with a scratch near the bow so prayer can happen without steering piety into someone else's fishing net. A student copies a page using his thigh as a desk and laughs when a drop of water adds a punctuation mark that accidentally improves the sentence. Someone recites a verse about ships and signs. A boatman nods because he knows the poem's physics by heart. Politics keeps checking the itinerary for opportunities. Some towns maintain a toll out of habit and masonry drift. Others waive fees because the headman's sister's son married a boatman and now this bend behaves like a family hallway. Armed escorts appear where they are necessary and vanish where reputation renders them redundant. A captain's best defense remains the ledger that can summon laughter and favors with the speed of a paddle. Cargo reorients your imagination while the hull still noses Cabra's channels. Cola nuts will ride north again soon. Cloth from forest edge looms will follow. Little carved gold weights and big carved stories will take their places in pouches and memory. Gold dust will travel as rumor and as weight, as theology and as ink money. Salt will keep food honest and wages true. The same people who hauled square oceans across sand now teach those oceans to float, and the same jokes about balance cross every border because they keep not being wrong. Departure upriver feels like familiar grammar spoken in reverse. Loads shift, poles learn new angles, and porters invent metaphors for patience that make crews snort tea. The habit of kindness you trained on dunes and honed on water keeps everyone's legs under them. No one declares it an ethic. Everyone calls it a good idea. Evening slides back over Timbuktu as the boat kisses Cabra's bank and the last mile returns to feet. As always. Slabs step shoreward, frames meet shoulders, and desert balance reasserts itself with a chuckle like an old friend visiting a new house. Shoreline mood has shifted a handspan since morning. Proof that the Niger edits margins as freely as any scribe. Arguments about channels resumed by lamplight, who dredged what, when the water favored Dyer over Cabra, whether the city's doorstep has always been a moving target, and historians are still debating those details with the diligence of people who like their maps to behave. Finally, the camp near the port folds itself into a soft constellation of lamps. Kettles rehearse steam, and a boy taps a gourd drum to remind the river to keep time. Tomorrow the caravan may turn north again and the camels will clear their throats for the work at which they excel. But the river will stay in your knees and the reed oars will keep humming inside your patience. The meeting of dune and water has taught you a wider balance. Keep slabs square, keep loads low, keep songs steady, and let channels move a doorstep without moving your sense of direction. Morning arrives as a pale veil pulled across the Sahel's brow. The kind of light that edits edges and makes distance feel closer than it deserves. Harmattan has been up since before dawn, brushing the world with a chalky hush, easing the sun into a muted coin and persuading your lungs to adopt a slower sentence. Bells sound less metallic, voices were soft cotton, and even footsteps learn to speak in lowercase. A porter lifts the day's first frame and nods at the sky as if confirming a meeting with an old colleague. Harmattan in these months behaves like a seasonal contract. Cooler air from the north, dry enough to fold paper with, carrying dust fine as talc and opinions firm as law. Visibility shrinks to a thoughtful radius. Horizons smear into watercolor. Noses introduce themselves by complaining. Routes prefer this weather anyway. Heat becomes tolerable, wells behave more predictably, and evenings draw their blankets earlier. The compromise is obvious. Drink before thirst remembers you, speak less in the headwind, and let cloth do the bulk of your sentences. Shelter practices new geometry when the wind explains itself. Saddles turn into impromptu barricades. Frames lean at angles no one would try at home. And the captain assigns a leeward corner for anything that hates grit. Ink, eyes, humor. Tents go up with extra pegs and less pride. Every edge learns to lie low. Even a small cooking fire gets a wall built out of yesterday's pots. because tea needs a quiet perimeter. The whole camp accepts that today comfort is a sculpture carved from wind rather than against it. Tea answers like a practiced diplomat, and the green leaves rise to the season's challenge with triple service. First glass. Strong, austere, the kind of bitterness that persuades your throat to keep believing in work. Second. Mint strides into the conversation. Sugar decides to help. The blend convinces dust that it can be part of the background. Third. Sweet enough to pay for a memory. Sweet enough to make a day seem less literal. Foam piles high in an athletic crown because presentation, too, is a form of morale. A veteran chuckles that a good pour travels farther than a bad sermon. Quirky treasures appear where grit pretends nothing delicate could survive. A porter fresh from the dunes opens a palm to reveal a desert rose. Gypsum petals fused by slow evaporations. A flower made by patience, not rain. It becomes a paperweight in the scribe's corner and a story in the evening. Someone adds that certain crystals form faster after floods leave shallow pans to bake. Someone else insists the prettiest ones wait for years. Scientists are still debating the exact recipe that lets dust, heat, and time speak such fluent geometry. Somewhere beyond the camel's shadows, the dune slopes begin to hum, not loudly, but with a bass you can mishear as a trick of nerves. Then sand avalanches down a lee face and a long vowel rolls across the ground. Booming dune, singing sand, the desert's party trick that refuses to become normal. Grains of a certain size, very dry, rub and resonate, and the slope vibrates like a bookcase that secretly studied music. Laughter answers as it always does, half delight, half relief that the noise belongs to physics and not to imagination. Navigation obeys a revised etiquette when the air decides to keep secrets. Stars are off the table by day. The horizon edits itself without asking permission, and even familiar regs look coy. The line uses bell intervals more strictly. Ropes appear between halters where yesterday there were only hand signals, and the drum switches to patterns that mean stay close and trust me. A guide points to the angle of wind ripples on the ground and traces an arrow with a stick. Your feet believe the answer before your mind finishes deciding to. Camp routines learn to put grit where it belongs and nowhere else. Cooking pots keep their lids like shy turtles. Leather gets a rub of oil so it won't start behaving like pottery. Eyes receive drops of warm water with a pinch of salt so their opinions remain dignified. A child turns picket ropes into low clotheslines for scarves and veils drying after a rinse, and everyone vows to keep cloth as the first and last defense. Head, face, neck, the whole book of wind grammar. Relief becomes a folding chair shared between faces. During the worst squalls, the caravan enacts choreography memorized in a calmer season. Camels kneel with the dignity of old actors. Loads are sheeted. Faces tuck behind Taoudenni folds. People crouch on the leeward side of common sense and let the theater pass. No one yells because yelling turns into sand too fast. A gourd bobs in a basket. A reminder that when the universe becomes granular, scoops matter more than speeches. When the gusts calm, everything stands up together and resettles as if politely refusing to remember what just happened. Clothing chooses function with such elegance that style feels inevitable. Indigo wraps dampened and wrung before binding the face help trap fine powder before it tries learning your sinuses. Leather sandals, relaced to a different hole, stop the squeak that yesterday produced a tiny blister at mile 7. A thin smear of shea across cheekbones convinces skin to keep its manners. A pinch of salt lands in lunch more deliberately than usual, because sweat today prefers to transmit and not to advertise. The body keeps a ledger you learn to balance. Food refuses to become complicated while dust tries to make everything else so. Couscous fluffs under a lid whose rattle means joy. Dried meat slices into obedience with a short, direct knife. Dates spend the day pretending to be dessert before moonlighting as medicine. Adding a little extra brine to the stew is not sin. It is common sense with seasoning. A kettle waits with small stones around its feet to make a windbreak that does not need adjectives. Energy here likes to arrive in short paragraphs rather than long speeches. Light plays tricks and then apologizes by being beautiful. Sun becomes a white disk behind gauze, and shadows lose their appetite. Mirage starts to paint lakes where dunes swear none exist. An inferior mirage lifting the sky onto the ground like a counterfeit coin. Later, when air layers reverse, a superior mirage might hang an upside-down ridge above the real one, a floating ship of sand and suggestion. The lesson is gentle. Accept the glamour, not the invitation. Vision will get the joke later. Sunsets under Harmattan decide to major in understatement. The red deepens early, the disk flattens slightly, and a pillar of light sometimes climbs above the horizon like a quiet announcement. Ice crystals at higher altitudes doing favors for the eyes. Dust does its own optics too, coronas, halos, a matte softness that makes lines kinder. Photographers of memory, the people none of us will ever be because we can't afford film, declare their work excellent and pocket the applause. Night settles as if hushing a room. After dark, the temperature drops with a confidence that belongs on a stage. Diurnal range in this weather teaches layers how to feel indispensable. Linen nearest, wool next, a cloak that pretends to be modest and is actually heroic. A brazier wakes under the stars, and tea returns for its encore, sweet enough to lubricate stories. Camels sigh like bellows closing. Ears measure silence in beats between bells. A porter counts constellations he can no longer see through dust and decides to believe they are there anyway. Calendars here are not made of months alone. They are made of winds. Caravans favor the cool season for long crossings. From roughly November through March, air breaks nicely, days forgive effort, and evenings invite logic to sit down. Rains in the Sahel, when they do show up, argue for different itineraries. Some tracks soften into error, wadis sulk or swell, and night marches surrender to thunder. Planning becomes a braid. Wells, moons, winds, and a thick thread of experience you cannot buy. Botany writes footnotes even when sand monopolizes text. Acacia holds its umbrella to the wind like a stubborn elder. Tamarisk leans and remembers salt without resentment. Grass that looks like a rumor soldiers on, waiting for a drop of rain to sponsor a sudden, almost impolite, green. After certain storms come certain surprises. Desert truffles, those pale, knobby turfes, blushing up from partnerships with rockrose roots. People will locate them after thunder by a logic that mixes botany with folklore, and dinner will applaud the convergence. Fauna leaves signatures that do not need ink. Fennec prints stitch a tiny novel across the soft places. Beetle trails that dash from ambition to accomplishment. A lizard draws a long punctuation mark that ends in a whole slick as grammar. Birds skim low, using ground effect the way you use humor, efficiently. In locust years, the sky practices theater you prefer not to review. In non-locust years, it remembers to keep bugs as seasoning rather than as policy. Every track reads like a date-stamped letter you can trust. Music bows to the wind and then borrows its tempo. Drums choose lower voices, strings choose closer rooms, and songs cut their long vowels into phrases the air does not blow away. A rhythm for marching in dust starts with heel, then toe, then breath, and arithmetic human bodies understand without tutors. A woman's ululation lifts for a heartbeat and nobody scolds, because ceremonies want witnesses and the wind, for once, has decided to clap. Scientists enter camp conversations with their usual polite insistence, asking the sky for citations. Dust plumes, they say, cross oceans. Atlantic sea surface temperatures, they add, have habits that introduce dry decades to the Sahel. Aerosols from other continents played a part in the 20th century's long thirst. Land use, grazing patterns, and woodcutting get their day in court as well. Scientists are still debating the balance between climate cycles and human decisions in the desert spread, especially in explaining the 1970s-80s Sahel droughts that left so many stories with thin pages. Once upon a wetter time, the Sahara wore lakes and hippos like casual accessories. Rock art shows swimmers, elephants, and cattle with the easy backs of creatures that trusted grass. Sediments whisper about megalake Chad and marshlands that would have made your sandals smug. Orbital cycles tilted monsoon northward. Then precession turned its face and the green pulled back, taking animals and possibilities with it. Researchers are still debating how abrupt the ending felt on the ground, whether feedbacks like dust and albedo sharpened the exit, and what pastoral hands added or didn't at the margins. Salt throws its own weather tantrums you hardly notice until a wall starts to flake. Crystals, grown by evaporating brine in stone pores, expand with the temperature's mood swings and pry tiny scales from sandstone like delicate thieves. A mason in an oasis shows you a patch of bonko that needed a new skin because salt wore the old one into confession. The fix is humble. Better drainage, careful plaster, a prayer for moderation. Materials here prefer agreements to miracles. Dunes adapt their personalities to the season, and Harmattan trains them into tidier handwriting. Barconts sharpen their horns, slip faces clean themselves with sudden slides, and star dunes hold their court somewhere farther east where winds can't agree on priorities. The soundscape changes too. When air dries and grains sit within a narrow size, a simple boot heel can unlock an opera. You find yourself laughing at a landscape that keeps a soundtrack in a jar and hands it out for free. Logistics manages itself by the season's patience. Start earlier, end earlier. Measure sips, not gulps. Tighten straps once more than pride thinks necessary. When visibility shrinks, the captain splits the caravan into shorter files, each with a bell personality and a whistle vocabulary. Stops become more frequent and shorter, because lingering collects grit the way gossip collects adjectives. Risk gets chopped into edible pieces and swallowed without commentary. Safety absorbs wisdom in small, memorable spoonfuls. Turtle low in big gusts. Never unstrap a load in a hurry because haste is a creature that eats corners. If someone wanders, stop the front rather than chase with the back. Keep a bright cloth in the pouch to signal when voices don't carry. A simple lamp in the tent mouth, shielded with a bowl, prevents a night stumble and a loud story. The rule everyone repeats is simply a tone. Be kind faster than the wind is careless. People name winds the way sailors name currents and lovers name quirks. The north breeze that arrives with gossip gets a different nickname than the heavy one that plants sand in your teeth. Proverbs travel in the draft. If the wind is uncertain, be certain about your knots. If the wind is loud, make your promises quiet. A porter quotes a grandmother who swore that Harmattan cannot soften a hard heart but can teach it better manners. The line laughs because manners and survival share a border. Memories learn to file themselves by texture and taste. This was the day when dust turned the sun into a lantern and the tea into a calendar. This was the week when cloth smelled permanently of mint. This was the hour when your palms stung and someone pressed into them a slice of sugared date that shut every complaint politely. The wind becomes not only a condition but a chapter. You find yourself hurrying less, accepting more, and discovering that calm is a craft, not a mood. Tomorrow promises a shift in tone even if the dust refuses to rephrase. Wells due east ask for a longer morning. An oasis farther south has a market day that rewards early arrival. The captain intends to repair a strap whose squeak is becoming a personality. The caravan answers by sleeping well and aligning packs like thoughts that know they will be remembered. A bell lies face down so the wind cannot practice, and the drum waits with the confidence of someone who knows when to raise an eyebrow. Finally, the night relaxes its fist and a cooler clarity slides under the tent flaps. Stars elbow back into the ceiling. A thin moon studies the quiet. Breath stops bargaining and simply works. In the morning, Harmattan may reissue its memorandum and the light may again decide to be silk rather than glass. Either way, the lesson you carry is steady. Adjust pace, conserve water, tighten stories, and let wind be a teacher who prefers whispering. Trade continues, patience compounds, and the season, like every measured hardship worth learning, turns skill into quiet wealth. Morning folds the city behind your shoulder as the caravan lengthens into its northbound sentence. Bells arranging commas where the road needs breath. Street dust tastes sweeter than the open dunes will, but the legs are eager for the old rhythm, and the frame fits the back with the sort of familiarity that reads as kindness. Stacked slabs sit lower now, trimmed by sails and trades, and the lightness buys space for other things that somehow feel heavier. Recipes promised to cousins, proverbs still warm from the mouths that minted them, and names of people you want to carry forward as if they were water. Bells answer each other down the line until the sound becomes a confident rumor. A porter ahead repeats a joke learned at Jen about a boat called Second Thought, and the whole file grins, pleased that water humor can survive this far inland. Leather straps persuade squeaks into silence with a touch of oil. The drum taps the pattern for steady travel, and your mind replays the way a boatman balanced slabs by bead widths, turning engineering into manners. Home is not closer yet, but it feels more possible. Across the first ridge, wind runs level as if it had been sharpened on a whetstone. Sand traces the ankle's grammar and gets told, politely, to wait its turn. The captain sets a voice that the dunes can't argue with, rests by the shadow of thorn bushes, sips on the bell's second paragraph, and a story every hour to keep the line's attention in one friendly place. Story, you realize, is the only cargo that gets lighter by sharing and heavier by meaning. Cooking returns with travel-sized ambition and family-sized comfort. A dried okra stew meets a pinch of smoked fish from a river trade, taught to behave by a sensible wave of salt. A woman from a Daila household at the city's edge sent you away with a folded leaf of spice and a sentence to go with it. Steal the aroma. Don't confiscate the taste. The recipe fits the road the way a good knot fits the rope. Tight without hostility. Someone adds a trick from the to it, stirring in a thumb of date syrup at the end, so the desert doesn't feel snubbed. Words collected in markets and lodges start to line your pockets like bright, bossy shells. A Timbuktu scholar said the sound of a fair weight is a kind of prayer. A boatman insisted that patience rides best in the bow. A market inspector declared that justice is merely balance with witnesses. They are portable laws, these sentences, and the road recognizes them as passports more reliable than seals. When conversation thins, you take one out, hold it to the light, and it still spins. Stories at dusk become both map and ration. A griot traveling with another company joins your fire and sets down the instrument case as if it were a second heart. Her voice, steady as a well wall, takes names, lineages, towns, treaties, and threads them through melody until memory stops being a burden and becomes a tune. Titles glide forward like camels stepping to the bell. Fault lines between families are handled the way rough ground is handled. Acknowledged, then crossed with care. Griots, gel you in Mande tongues, work the night with tools sharper than knives and softer than honey. Praise becomes accounting without arithmetic. Genealogy becomes archive without dust. Debts owed and favors earned are sung with such gracious precision that nobody mistakes the line between flattering and reminding. Mainstream knowledge stands comfortably in the firelight. Across West Africa, these poet-historians keep social ledgers, recite law by proverb, and carry the long memory of towns where paper is rare and truth prefers to travel as music. Memory in your own ribcage starts filing itself better because of their example. The trick is always rhythm. Lists set to the beat your steps can obey. Dates anchored to events you could smell or taste. That big grain delivery. The same week the river climbed the steps at Cabra. That argument with a patrol. The morning the wind lifted your scarf and tried to hire it. Abruptly, you understand why the best calendars out here are stories with good choruses. Proverbs work like compact multi-tools, and the desert sells them tax-free. The well with a quiet rope is the one that's deepest. Measure once with the eye and twice with the foot. Talk less to the wind than to the man tying your load. Each is a lesson that refuses to crack even when the sun feels experimental. A friend folds one more into your day. Salt keeps both meat and mood. It is not poetry until the third tea. Afterward, it is scripture. Songs for the march acquire new verses that come pre-approved by the road. One lists oases from memory in an order so elegant the map itself looks improved. Another compares the drum's rhythm to the legal hour for a fair price. Too fast, and cheating looks like efficiency. Too slow, and anxiety learns to sing. A third, fleeting and sweet. Thanks the person whose mint balanced the tea yesterday when dust was practicing for a career in theater. Debates drift from fire to fire with a politeness you want to imitate. A scholar quotes the Tarikhs about rulers and routes. A griot counters with a version learned from grandmothers who never trusted ink over presents. A scribe adds a confession written in a colophon about the day a sandstorm made pen strokes wobble. Historians are still debating how precisely oral dates line up with written ones, and whether the Sanjata story carries a tidy century on its back or a range like a good saddle. The road, generous, agrees to remember both. Families who loaned you shade on the way down loan you shade again on the way up, and the conversations pick up as if they never paused. Children announce new animals in the household inventory. Elders ask whether the fish were in good mood this season. Someone trades a recipe for sesame sweets that will travel without sulking. Gifts swap directions. A small knife for a bundle of dried leaves. A verse for a patch on a strap. And nobody calls it charity because nobody likes inaccurate nouns. Repairs, as always, explain love better than speeches do. A cobbler in Arawan shows how to stitch through old leather without breaking its confidence. A woman with salt-soft hands rubs beeswax into a strap until it gleams like a good idea. A scribe replaces the cord on your tally knots and murmurs that mathematics appreciates elegance. Even the bell on the lead camel receives a tune-up. A wedge of reed under the clapper to refine the note so the line breathes together more easily. You thank every small kindness with the seriousness reserved for wells. Children of the Oases rehearse your stories back to you as if they were testing you for accuracy. One repeats the boatman's joke with improved timing. Another explains that foggaras hum louder after certain winds. A third asks whether hippos have names and whether names keep them calmer. A mother gives that last question the adult version of a smile and says names keep people calmer, which achieves the same effect. You pocket the correction for later use. Ledger habits return as the caravan's secret peacekeeping force. Every wage, every advance, every small loan documented with a mark on string or a tight line in a notebook. Every favor filed under a name so it can be found by memory at precisely the moment when sarcasm would otherwise volunteer. Mainstream reality continues to nod. Routes remain stable because debts and kindnesses are measurable even when coin is not. A caravan that writes what it owes sleeps like someone who has learned to trust their own handwriting. Humor performs preventative medicine at noon. A porter claims a dune moved overnight to see him again. The dune, for its part, refuses to deny the allegation. Someone declares that salt has started to follow you home of its own accord, which means it likes you, which is risky. A clever aunt tucks a sprig of mint under a strap, calling it a seatbelt for temper. Jokes clip the teeth off heat. Night after a long day folds gently, and the air loses its appetite for dust. A griot's imzad, or a cousin's borrowed lute, draws a line of sound steady enough to balance the day upon. A praise name falls to the person who kept the water account honest. Another to the one whose patience made a child stop crying without resorting to bribes. A third to the old man who knows 5 ways to make a fire listen. The song does what ledgers cannot. It pays people in reputation right away. Finally, a stretch of open plain gives back the sky in full, and stars resume their employment without a performance review. North marks itself. East negotiates gently. West, with river sent now a rumor, wears a comfortable distance. The captain points, half to test apprentices, half to reassure the night that it has not become confusing. Your feet answer yes before your mouth does, which is correct. The first language out here is walking. Markets encountered in reverse where a nostalgia that refuses to turn into sadness. A vendor recognizes the pattern on a strap and remembers the day you learned how to fold it without scolding it. A dyer brags that your last purchase behaved perfectly in the vat. A smith produces the buckle you ordered and pretends it was always destined for your belt. You spend a little coin, a few shells, and a great deal of friendliness. Accounts go to sleep smiling. Recipes evolve the way routes do. Slowly, with mutual consent between places. Date syrup with a hint of smoked fish is a new friendship you didn't know you needed. Millet porridge with a ring of spiced oil tastes like breakfast learning a second language. Someone introduces you to a trick from farther west. Pounding roasted peanuts with pepper for a paste that travels well and keeps morale from filing grievances. Road food accepts innovation as long as the spoon keeps telling the truth. Rituals for return grow from the same roots as rituals for departure. A prayer of thanks at a well that did not disappoint. A small coin tucked near a ledger string that saved arguments. A clean rinse for the cup that caught the first tea in the morning you were least certain of. The point is not superstition. It is respect for the infrastructure of kindness, objects, people, and patterns that kept the caravan from turning into a list of regrets. Quirks surface because the road likes personality. One porter refuses to sleep with his frame out of arm's reach in case it gets lonely. Another names the slab at the top of his stack after his favorite cousin, so I would never drop her. A third keeps a tiny shell in a waist pouch to remind himself that rivers are an option, not a rumor. None of this slows the line. All of it keeps spirits limber. The desert respects any joke that knows how to walk at the correct pace. Debriefs around fires double as publishing. The griot asks for updates to the verses she wrote 2 weeks ago about the night the wind auditioned for the role of drama, and you supply details the wind omitted. A scholar offers to write a small page about a fair judge in Gen, if someone will supply the exact phrasing of his proverb. A merchant promises a verse in exchange for a copy later, and this is called currency of the best kind. Historians are still debating where oral and written best collaborate along these routes. The evening votes for everywhere. Customs of greeting expand the closer you get to home. A handshake, then the name of the person you are standing in for today, mother, father, teacher, friend, then the report on wells, markets, moods. The ritual pleases everybody. It makes absence visible and so ends it. Stories come next in an agreed order of hazard, humor, and harvest. You obey the sequence because the sequence has spent generations learning how to keep peace. Objects re-enter their shelves with the quiet satisfaction of tools that enjoy belonging. A strap returns to its peg. A frame leans at its preferred angle. A kettle takes its corner like a cat. Salt stores itself with comrades. Cloth rolls declare themselves. The ledger ties its ribbon and yawns. Home has not changed in the dramatic ways your imagination advertised. It has changed in the practical ways your body recognizes. New cracks near the door, fresh repairs near the well, and someone's handwriting improved by a stubborn teacher. Knowledge returns to its libraries, spoken and written. A griot files your caravan's new list of names and events into the melody that already remembers a generation's worth of journeys. A scribe adds a margin note to a copy of a geography, clarifying that a certain dune is not where it pretends to be in older manuscripts. A child repeats a proverb and is allowed to keep it. Mainstream understanding rests happily in the room. Oral and written record here are not rivals. They are neighbors lending each other fire. Reflections arrive late as they should. Those oral dates that scholars and travelers argue about. Anchored to a famine, a flood, a ruler's pilgrimage, a comet nobody forgot. Feel suddenly more honest than lonely numbers. Time out here has texture. The year the hippos bothered the ferry, the season the foggara fell in, the Ramadan when a stranger taught your hands a better knot. Historians are still debating how to align such calendars with court records and coins, but alignment may not be the only goal. Resonance may be enough. Homecoming earns its own economy. Gifts go in sensible circles. Salt for the dry season kitchen, cloth for the shoulder that waited, a vial of perfume from a courtyard where books also live. Payment is a stack of smiles, then errands, then sleep. Someone asks whether the dunes sang this year. Someone else wants the recipe for sesame treats that refuse to crumble on the road. The only thing you forget to mention is how much relief weighs. It is impolite to discuss. Evenings settle into a softer meter. Drums retire to conversation tempo. Tea decides to be mostly about the third glass, and jokes grow domestic legs. A child falls asleep on a pile of rolled mats that smell like travel and home at once. The moon, which supervised your route without comment, leans in the doorway like a relative who won't stay but is always welcome. Tomorrow will unpack the last invisible cargo. The patience, the better stride, the habit of writing things down because writing preserves friendship. Lists will sprout on door frames. Promises will keep their appointments. And the caravan's knowledge will distribute itself through town the way scent distributes through rooms after a pot of new tea opens. You sense that journeys do not end. They decant. Finally, the night lies down with its ear to the floor. Listening to the house, remember your footsteps. The frame by the door leans like a bookmark in a story you intend to keep reading. The ledger dreams of tidy lines. The cup promises not to forget the taste of mint. Outside, a wind that does not need to prove anything requests a modest chorus from the palms. Homeward, it turns out, is not an address but a skill, and you have collected more than salt to practice it. Morning in the depot yard starts with diesel coughs where camel bells once began the sentence, and the air smells of rubber, fried millet cakes, and impatience doing stretches. Tailgates thump, tarps snap, and a mechanic's hands come away glittering with graphite while a radio plays a song that learned its rhythm from old drums. The first slab of Taoudenni salt slides into a truck bed with a dull, convincing note, and shoulders remember the weight long before an engine agrees to carry it. Highways run like new rivers across shelves of gravel, and the horizon keeps a straight face even when the road refuses to. Painted lines replace sung maps, mile markers audition as stars, and every fuel stop becomes a modern oasis where kettles share counter space with phone chargers. A clerk weighs your load on a digital scale that blinks in exactitude even the wind respects, then stamps a paper that might have been a poem in an earlier century. Trucks lean into the day the way dromedaries once leaned into wind, swaying in a wider gait but finding the same low gear for bad patches. Old Berliots still lumber in certain districts like retired wrestlers who refuse to admit it. Toyota pickups gossip with each other in dust accents, and battered buses wear names like Mercy and Nomad and Don't Worry, which seems like advice disguised as paint. Balance still rules, heavy low, soft high, and a driver's eye reads the cargo the way a caravan captain once read a sky. Roadside vendors thrive on the economy of pause. Tea boils in kettles over charcoal that sounds like quiet applause. Skewers hiss. Jackfruit and melons argue scent. And a plastic drum of fuel rolls into view like a spare planet. Cash changes hands with the same choreography you learned in markets of slabs and shells, only now the shells fit inside SIM cards and the ledger lives in a phone. Orange money or its cousins chirp quietly. Trust and passwords shake hands. Screen light glows where once only firelight volunteered. Messages arrive ahead of vehicles. Photos of potholes the size of polite arguments. Rumors of checkpoints in unusually earnest moods. A cousin's update about a storm tossing sand like confetti 2 towns east. The road becomes a conversation you read in your palm, and still the old tools survive. A hand extended toward the wind, an ear trained to the pitch of tires on different gravel. Drivers borrow superstitions with the same gentle pragmatism that once wrapped amulets in leather. A verse in a plastic sleeve dangles from the rear view. A sprig of henna tucks behind a gauge. A blue bead bounces on a cord, winking at sunlight that learned manners on indigo. Mechanics laugh and oil grins. Engineers frown and carry spare fuses. Everyone agrees that kindness to strangers is still a better insurance policy than most forms you can fill. Somewhere west, a trans-Saharan route shoulders its responsibilities. Half paved, half intention. Forecasts promise a continuous ribbon. Budgets insist on scenic detours, and trucks trace older caravan logic even as they salute new asphalt. The map today respects borders inked less than 2 centuries ago. The trade today respects relationships inked much earlier, and phones quietly manage to stitch both sets of lines into one workable fabric. Paper still wants to be believed, so receipts pile up like a chorus. Toll slips crinkle in the glove compartment. Export declarations fold into passports that smell of leather and courage. Tiny thermal tickets prove tea happened at 11:37, which you already knew by the cheerful truth of your breath. A police officer taps the glass and quotes rules with the weary fairness of someone who has watched 24 suns rise on this checkpoint. The driver answers with documents and with patience, the twin pillars of recent travel. Maps on dashboards tell a truth. Maps in memory tell a deeper one. A GPS needle hunts for satellites, loses confidence near a canyon of heat shimmer, and argues with a driver who knows the wind's accent on that stretch. Trust the old road when the new one acts too young. A grandmother's proverb advises from a generation that never saw a toggle switch, and the truck accepts the correction with minimal sarcasm. Elders at the depot bench sip their tea and list changes in a tone that mixes grief with pride. Camels ceded lanes to tires. Letters and leather tubes ceded urgency to voice notes that cross borders without passports. Markets learned to count with screens and still haggled for the joy of it. Continuity is not a museum. It is a sequence of small obediences to reality that remember dignity. Phones now handle what drums once signaled and what stars once described. Direction, rendezvous, price, and prayer time all ride in your pocket with varying degrees of modesty. A call confirms that the ferry on the river runs late. Low water, high boatman philosophy. So the convoy kills the engine and waits in shade that a tent once would have provided. Patience, meanwhile, does not update. It remains compatible across versions. Convoys form for reasons the dunes would admire. Security prefers company, tires prefer humor, and traffic police prefer papers recited as choir rather than as solo. Headlights flash a rhythm across dusk. Hazard lights speak a dialect of caution intelligible from Timbuktu to Nwadibu. And a honk with the right duration is still a joke that keeps tempers from applying for management positions. The road has learned that morale is fuel with better manners. Bridges stand where fords once negotiated commandments. Concrete arches carry memory over flood and temper. But just beyond the span somebody's cousin still keeps a boat ready because rivers enjoy debate. A few spans bear dated plaques that say which year a certain government introduced its resume to the river. A few also show the careful repairs of towns that refuse to wait for budgets. In every version, the crossing is a ceremony, not a shortcut. Plastic has invaded as a guest that overstayed. Bottles sparkle in ditches like small, unfriendly stars. Bags tangle on acacia thorns like strange, reluctant flags. Crews add a trash sack to the checklist alongside spare belts and extra water. And a grandmother shakes her head at the new litter while praising the old thrift. An ethic gets updated. Leave the camp cleaner than you found it. Leave the road kinder than it looks. Receipts for today's salt include barcodes and quarry marks in the same stack. A duet that tells a longer story than either could manage alone. Taoudenni still cuts square moons from the earth. Trucks still take those moons to towns that trust their mineral honesty. Cooks still call for a pinch. Dyers still nod at buckets. Healers still reach for brine. And a merchant still taps a slab for density because ears remember well. Modernity replaces nothing. It negotiates. Scholars enter the scene with notebooks that smell faintly of petrol and dust. One argues that colonial borders rerouted caravans into roads that favored ports over inland towns. Another replies that routes always migrated toward advantage and that the desert is nobody's employee. A third suggests that the old networks never died. They changed clothes and job descriptions, moving some goods to bus racks and others to antennas. Historians are still debating how much of the caravan mind survives in today's logistics, and the debate is the surest sign that it does. Debate spreads into the question of smuggling with a tightrope walker's balance. Goods that governments tax heavily often choose creative itineraries. Livelihoods that bend under pressure sometimes look for the softest ground. Elders sigh that the road has always carried both honest bargains and clever shortcuts. Scholars caution that romance should not be invited to supervise legality. The conclusion is a shrug wrapped in a proverb. Reputation walks farther than profit when the sky keeps receipts. Museums in river towns and capitals now display a wooden frame like yours with a caption that tries to fit a season into 2 polite sentences. Visitors tilt their heads and imagine the weight. Children test the straps while giggling. A curator explains quarry marks as if reading lines on a kindly palm. You offer, silently, to correct the caption's rhythm, then decide that the important thing is that the frame gets to rest indoors without wind rehearsing on it. Pilots of white pickups read dunes the way their great-grandparents read dunes from Camel height, and the body knowledge persists in knees and palms even at 60 kilometers per hour. Tire pressure gets lowered for sand as if breath were being moderated for an old story. Dunes receive respectful diagonals. Soft patches receive humility and trays. The machine has changed, the manners have not. Satellites map wells that grandfathers named one at a time and honestly, and the data becomes yet another verse in a song that already had a good chorus. Solar pumps hum where chains once sang. Panels lean like thoughtful birds toward noon, and a villager points at a blue rectangle on a roof and says that the sun, finally, pays its own water bill. Quirky detail earns a laugh. The panel also powers a radio that plays a song old enough to embarrass the radio. Tourists join occasional heritage caravans wearing wide smiles and nervous socks, and the lead camel wears an expression that translates to, "I'll teach you if you let me." Guides turn old skills into new salaries. Cooks turn old recipes into new careers, and evening finds everyone surprised by the precise beauty of 3 pours of tea. A scholar mutters that authenticity is a moving target. A porter replies that kindness is not. Names of routes reappear on social media as metonyms for courage, a trend that makes elders generous and amused. Azalai gathers hashtags the way a caravan gathers bells. Taghaza and Taoudenni trend in bursts after a documentary. Harmattan gets misused by weather apps and corrected by a grandmother from the next room. Language endures not because it refuses change, but because it enjoys choosing which changes to adopt. Language in your mouth keeps both dialects now. proverbs that travel better than luggage, and acronyms that buy time at checkpoints. A phrase like Inshallah still centers a plan. An abbreviation like ETA still lends it bones. And somewhere under both sleeps the discipline of keeping promises you did not say aloud. The road respects bilingualism of every sort, especially between past and present. Numbers get kinder even when screens pretend otherwise. A small logistics app turns what used to be 4 arguments into 1 tap. A driver's cooperative swaps maintenance costs the way caravans swapped stories. And a town's WhatsApp group announces that the market inspector replaced the weights that wandered off last week. Mainstream reality keeps its steady voice. Fairness is always a local habit, and technology is only a new cup for an old tea. Lessons from Dunes make excellent software design suggestions. Redundancy still saves trips. 2 straps, 2 backups, 2 cousins. Throttling still prevents waste. Drive a little slower and arrive with a little more dignity. Caching still matters. Water, fuel, and rumor. A developer visiting from the city watches a salt stack get tied with a figure 8 and says quietly, "We should name a function after that knot." Everyone agrees, mostly because the knot deserves the compliment. Southward eyes see northward echoes wherever the road bends. Tuareg veils become headscarves for dust on motorcycle taxis. Praise singing evolves into playlists that remember names with melody. Old caravan rest houses turn into small hotels where the ledger still writes its own small poems in the margins. You check into one and discover the owner keeps a frame above the counter like a family portrait. The past is not an antique. It is a landlord. Northbound attention sees southbound hunger for connection, and the bridge between the two is cheaper than ever to cross. A video call shows a cousin holding a slab that arrived an hour ago. A voice note from a fisherman explains that the salt cured well and his joke got better. A photo of a ledger string tied at the correct knot travels across continents and wins a thumbs up from someone who used to carry a reed pen. The miracle is ordinary. The ordinariness is a miracle. Customs officials now use tablets that scan barcodes with an optimism you recognize from fair markets. A young officer jokes that the device dislikes dust more than he does. An older one shows a scar on his thumb from a time when papers tore and tempers did too. Training includes an entire module on "Don't make travelers choose between accuracy and dignity," which feels like an ancestor's voice finally learning PowerPoint. Night in a truck cab carries a hum that masquerades as comfort. Engine low, tires thinking out loud, a charger blinking little green faith. Stars remain gorgeous even through the glass, and a compartment holds a prayer rug folded small. The phone's compass aligns Qibla. A brief prostration happens beside the bumper. A thermos shares its minty gospel. The old cadence persists. Bow, breathe, thank, and keep going. Finally, the road drops you at a warehouse where salt stacks itself with the same squareness it has always preferred. And men with pens and screens nod in the same rhythm as men with strings and memory once did. The journey home has fewer blisters and more passwords, fewer dunes and more invoices. But the caravan mind. Patience, balance, hospitality, fair weight. Keeps deciding who gets to tell the story. Historians will continue to weigh whether the trucks inherited the soul of the camels. Your shoulders, wisely, are content that the salt still arrives and the people along the way still shake hands before they count. Soft breathing settles like dust in a room that has finally agreed to be quiet, and the road, satisfied with itself, curls up at the foot of your bed like a loyal dog. Salt sleeps stacked in square dreams. Tea leaves remember heat without asking for more. And a frame leans where you can reach it with a fingertip if the night wants reassurance. Engines turn into crickets. Tires become waves. And the last checkpoint of the day stamps permission onto your eyelids. Gentle shadows stretch themselves long and thin over an imaginary dune. And somewhere a drum grazes a single note that knows how to fade. Lists loosen their grip and slide into a calm drawer. Promises yawn and choose tomorrow. The sky covers you with the thinnest blanket of stars. In that hush, the caravan mind tucks its tools away. Patience, balance, fairness, welcome, and leaves one gift open on the pillow. A small, square calm that will not tip even if the world does. Quiet now, and breathe the even breath of people who have carried something heavy and put it down correctly. Let the wind become a hallway in a house that loves you, Let the river turn into the softest clock. Let the horizon draw its line and then close its eyes. Roads will wait. Wells will wait. Morning will come with its modest errands and its friendly maps. And you, already traveling in sleep, will wake with the easy strength of someone who knows where the next kindness is.